skills and creativity, decision
So Zandi
making.
says, what happens to human skills, creativity, and decision making if we become overly reliant on AI? Yeah, being
That's
over
what
reliant on AI. So
I,
Zandi, I would I would answer that question in the same way you would probably answer the question on if you replace that AI with social media, with computers, with the internet. It's the same. Over reliance is horrible, is bad, regardless of the tool. We never want to be over reliant. And the thing with AI is being over reliant on AI will reduce your ability to think critically, will reduce your ability to learn. It will decrease your brain activities, your capability. So it's not good to be over reliant on anything. Even people, you don't want to be over reliant on people. You don't want to be over reliant on.
man is even the worst.
You say yours is the worst?
Man,
Oh
you said
man,
people. I
okay,
said
yeah.
man is the worst. You don't want to over rely on man because man is unpredictable.
Best. So yeah, so AI is no different. It it's a powerful tool. It's a serious tool, and it's a new infrastructure. Everything will be smart
I
because
have
of
some
AI.
questions about this AI that I know people will benefit. I'm looking for my questions.
There's these new models they're calling world models, where they're feeding real time camera footage into. Yeah.
Hey, Kev.
Yeah, what?
Zande, welcome in,
Hey,
brother.
actually, that's exactly what has been happening lately. One of my friend, he's an IT guy. He said that nowadays, what the IT is doing, like when you start questioning moral questions, AI doesn't like it. It kind of goes like, you're kind of people like against the AI system. So so, and the question I'm asking, it's kind of like questioning AI too much,
Correct.
and sometimes it doesn't like it, so it will digest it.
That makes sense. Yesterday I saw something I didn't know what it meant. Okay, the AI. So that one, I think I found those math questions, Kev.
I think, Kev, my biggest concern is the last question: how do we balance AI ability to generate and spread information without misleading? That's the biggest concern now. If we're going to embrace AI, we need to have a cap on that.
Yeah, 100%. And the only real defense against that is ensuring that the population is well educated and are critical thinkers, right? Because without the ability to think for yourself, whether it's AI or not, you will be you'll fall. You'll fall to the lies, you'll fall to the false information.
Mhm.
And having the ability to think critically and think for yourself is the only defense against this. And the fact that AI also has the risk of decreasing critical thinking,
Great vision.
creates a double, right, kind of double trouble there, right? Which it puts the pressure on the education system to really, really, really make sure that the way AI is being exposed or really regulated
But
or
Kev, in
structured
saying that,
is done right.
yeah, in saying that, it sounds eloquent and simple, but how do we protect vulnerable societies? Let's say societies who who are still like even haven't heard about AI, because there's an incident happened last week. I saw it somewhere. Somebody sent it to me, but I think I could not open it. I saw just the first part of a video. I think in one of the African countries, somebody generated AI video
Mm-hmm.
whereby a man is kissing a man, and one of the guy was almost unalive. And you know how this thing goes. So it like
Hmm.
toward the end, it was a joke. Somebody just tried to do a joke on their friend, and it went viral. And within the community, people try to unalive the person. So in such kind of situation, you see, how do we protect those vulnerable communities? Because
Exactly.
when you talk about education, not everyone is going to get that side of education awareness about AI. So, and in saying that, last time we had a discussion about the AI. Do we need to be very careful, very vigilant, introducing it to society whereby people are not aware, people doesn't have that high critical analysis about AI? How can we go about it?
Yeah, that's a great question and fair concern. It's actually a problem that's always existed for a very long time. With we've had waves of fake news, right? Fake images, fake. Uh, that's why fact checking became right a thing everywhere because of the news outlets generating fake results. We even see it in the medical space, right, where results are altered, and we also see it where it's done from a position of funding of from conflict of interest funds, direct science work that then generates essentially fake results to give approval for certain things to pass so that organization can make money. So this isn't a new problem. The What's new is the proliferation of video and
Hmm.
how real, right? Like
Interesting.
how real it is and how easy it is to generate these videos at scale. So that's a new problem, and so it's something that it's serious, and it absolutely, again, for me, at the end of the day, like that's why I say um the last line of defense is critical thinking and being able to be able to think for yourself and be able to see whether, right, to always double check your sources and not believe the first thing that you see. That's the last line of defense. Above that, there are, from the if we say that's the last line of defense at the bottom, at the individual level. If you want to say from the top, there, from government regulations, there's different countries. We see it in the Middle East that, for example, that have
Money man.
complete restrictions on certain platforms or certain apps
Yeah, but I think
that completely put restrictions on the usage, of those platforms. And
with yeah, sorry to cut you. You see, with all what you're saying,
mhm.
for me as a business minded person, I see opportunity here. I think when we're talking about those defense, what maybe need to happen right now. Uh, Yesterday I was thinking about it. Like, this is an opportunity to make money here. Like, why not developing an app? You call it AI authentication, whereby if you see something, you download the app on your phone, you put it there, it will verify for you whether it's AI or it's not. It's real. You know, that's all I was thinking yesterday about it. Like, there's opportunity to make money here. You know, creating an app whereby it can verify whether it's AI sources or not.
Yeah, there are those apps that the companies that are focused on that, and you'll see even in, I believe, YouTube, they're changing their policies in real time where monetization is different in AI generated videos versus real human content. And so that tells you that, within the system, within YouTube, right, has the capability of identifying whether the video is AI generated or human generated normal video. And so, yeah, that is something that, whoever does an amazing job at that particular problem will make a lot of money for sure. A lot of money. There's a lot of money to be made. You're 1000% correct on that.
So, do you think? Let me just ask because most of us here are African. Do you think Africa is ready to embrace AI fully, or we should be cautious introducing AI to Africa?
Yeah, so nobody's ready. Nobody is ready for AI. I don't believe the way the speed of this thing is moving. Yeah, nobody is ready, but at the same time, it's something that we absolutely need to think about and invest in and figure out how to bring it in. And it's happening already, right? There's a lot of fintech companies. There's a lot of startups. There's a lot of AI companies that are making their way across the continent, and so it is being embraced in real time. So so that is happening. But to your question directly, it's like the answer is no, we're not ready. But at the same time, we really can't afford to not embrace it, just because of how powerful these systems are. And so it's like we have to figure it out, or else, the alternative to not taking it in and figuring it out is finding ourselves in a position where the rest of the world is far more advanced, way ahead, and we're like the catch up is insane at another level, right? Like by 2030, they're anticipating that any company that isn't that doesn't have AI as a foundation will not be able to survive, right? Just like we saw with COVID, where companies that were not set up to serve their customers digitally in some capacity, right? There's a lot of companies that didn't survive COVID. And so you could call it an existential event, like the dinosaurs died. And a lot of companies did not make it because of the restrictions that were put during COVID, and AI is bringing in that same effect where companies that don't really seriously figure out how to make AI a foundational piece of their business, they just won't be able to keep up.
What about I was watching, there was a program I'm watching online about AI. They already start talking about AI West. And they say that in the next probably 5 years to come, the West is going to experience a big problem with AI West. Now they're looking at option of try to make sure that before they run into that problem, then looking at option of dealing with third world country to use their database space to upload the AI West and things like
Oh,
that.
wow.
Yeah. So that's why they say, like in the next 5-10 years, the West is going to experience that big problem. So now it's better for them to start finding third world countries that they can make a deal with their government so they can go there and dump their West, right, on their database. So this is something that we need to look at it. So and we also consent embracing it, but at the same time, as you say, Kev, government need to be part of it. The government need to be everyone need to be educated about it about this. Because otherwise
Absolutely.
we're gonna have a big problem too.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the term AI waste. What is it referring to?
I
Where they
think
dump their waste.
yeah, the
Uh-huh.
waste.
Where they dump their waste.
Like
But
what waste
what
specifically?
kind of the data?
The
Like the
data
data?
waste, yeah. The data waste, yeah.
It's gonna be too
Yeah.
wow.
Mm.
Oh, we're gonna be
Like what do you mean by data waste?
Data waste, like you know how with the technology,
let
like
me
your
find
email,
out.
all right,
Mm-hmm.
like your email. You know when your email is full, when you delete your email, what that waste, the waste, where does it go to? This it goes somewhere. You know, even when you delete your photos, that photos goes somewhere.
So the cloud is not gonna be full too.
It's gonna be full. Yes, that's what I was
The
talking
cloud
about.
is gonna be full with the images and everything, huh?
Yes.
So you're
Wow.
saying okay, so you're saying the
The
hardware?
space.
The
The
hardware, yes, the
space.
space, yes.
So the
They're not
hard
gonna have enough.
so you're saying the hard like the electronic hardware that will need to
Yes,
be
yes.
They're gonna need more space.
More space.
yeah, that's why there's actually conversations in that are being had in building data centers in space
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
because of the lack of um
Storage.
of
Storage.
storage, yeah, of space, right? Of physical space
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
to be able to really get to what they believe is needed to get AI to where it needs to be as full capacity, full potential. And what is also the energy consumption that's a
Yes,
big
energy
thing,
consumption. And water. It consumes a
and
lot of
water
water
as
too.
well. Yeah,
Yeah.
Greetings, everyone. Greetings.
Mr.
Mr.
Arnold.
Arnold, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to ask a question in relation to that waste.
Mm.
Since this is data waste, is means something that someone have deleted that doesn't need. Why are the big company keeping it? Why they not just actually destroy it? Why is it sit there on their servers until it even become an issue now?
I think it is a problem that has been there since 90s. They're still trying to find
Marketing
a way.
digital. You're
Yes,
welcome.
they're trying to find a solution for it. They're still working on it, but they haven't found a solution. Even in the space right now, there's a lot of mess in the space. You know, in the moon, like there's a lot of waste there. They don't know what to do with it. And now, I think 2 years ago, they were complaining about it because now it's very difficult to shoot for the how do you call it to go to the moon. So they have to calculate because there's a lot of waste and sometimes can clash with the so that's a big problem. They haven't found solution to it. They're working on it, but they haven't found like what you said. What can they just dump it or ban it? So they're still looking for a solution.
Yeah, that's one that I need
That's
to look
that
into.
sound like a
I'm not
that
too
sound like a big one, huh?
yeah, I'm not well versed in the electronic waste associated with AI. I'm aware of the water and energy and space, but not the waste in terms of that the electronic um I guess the back end
The water is
of
actually going to be
servers
the water is going to be the biggest one.
by
Water
far,
is
yes.
water is going
Yes.
to be the biggest one. You know, so should you do you say that we should have the same enthusiasm about AI pushing it faster, or we should just take a baby step introducing it rather than the way it's going now? It's kind of like a marathon. Should we slow a bit?
So there's a company called Anthropic the company called that produces one of the foundational models, Claude. They were leading the space in security, and they were very transparent. They had a policy where they said they pledge to not put out a AI model in the market if they didn't believe that it would not be harmless to the population. And they even turned down the contract with the U.S. military, telling them that they do not comply in having the military use their AI to do mass surveillance on the population. Right, and so they're a company that showed great care for, let's call it, slowing down as much as possible to make sure that what is coming out isn't harmful. And a couple of weeks ago, they decided to back out of that pledge, saying that they just cannot compete with the competition by keeping that pledge, that they will not put out a model out there that they don't feel it's ready in terms of safety. And so now they're saying that they'll do as the competition is doing, right? And so that is a frame for you that speaks to the level of competition that is existing right now. It's like, imagine the rest of the world building physical weapons when we talk about guns, right? Like um, military weapons, right? Um, and the question that you're asking me is, should we not build
Thank you.
weapons
Welcome. Thank you for having me.
for
Welcome.
ourselves,
Oh no,
or
you're
should we
welcome.
slow down in building those weapons and not building it and really slowing it down? And so it's really that same question. If you fast forward, oh wow, la baleine, beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, so if that answers your question, it's like, if you fast forward,
Thank you.
do you believe that the nations with those guns are going to be friendly and um, and respectful and understanding and fair when it comes time to negotiate?
Thank you.
I don't believe so, and we've
Yeah,
seen
so
how the
I
you
I know you Americans, how you guys love your pew. You guys, nobody will
We
convince you.
do. We do.
You, you guys
Yeah.
love.
So, but do you see kind of the frame there that I'm
Yes.
bringing to light? It's like it's like, until we can defend ourselves against these
But it's similar.
forces.
It's at the same.
You say
Yeah,
you're like your people.
yeah. Kev, it's the same argument with the biological weapon. Like, let's say, for example, some countries have it now, and some countries doesn't have it with the intention that they're planning to have it. So, and there's no any universal law that acquire that. Okay, you can have it, I can't have it. So any country nowadays, if they can have it, they will have it. But certain countries now have put a law that no, you can't have it. As soon they know that you're planning something like that, they will come hard on you. So with what you're saying, I understand. If all the country will be able to come up with one universal law that will guard AI in regards to making those kind of people stuff, and anyone will respect it, everyone will respect it, it will be fine. But if there's going to be discrimination and disadvantage for other people, and that's why they're going to be a problem, because some people or some country will go out of their way to better themselves. And based on what is happening nowadays in the world, for you to be respected, for you to be listened to, you need to have people that will scare someone who
Defense.
wants,
You need to
yeah,
have
someone who wants to
defense.
bully you.
Mhm.
And that's where things is gonna be a bit messy here.
Yeah, you don't have a choice. We really don't. Like, let me ask you this: why do you believe North Korea is not messed with?
Because of that, they're already, they know that they're not like small boys, they're big boys. That's why they've been respected.
Yeah, it's because they have nuclear, right? That is the main reason why they're respected the way they are, is because they are ready to start launching that thing when push comes to shove, right? And so and yeah, so it's all fun and game until it comes down to at the end of the day, it's, do you have the military? Do you have the ability to defend yourself? And if you can't defend yourself, then there's nothing that you can really have for your own and say that you can have for your people on your own, right? You have to be able to defend yourself, and to be able to defend yourself in the world that we're going into, absolutely, you have to be on the leading edge of this technology. Like, you can't afford to be behind.
I get it, but it's a very tricky one. Regardless of, yes, we need to have it, but at the same time, it's kind of like, the way I look at it, it's kind of like we're just in a market. Whoever has enough money, you can buy whatever you want. You can just walk to a shop and say, "Hey, look, don't sell anything to anyone. I bought this shop." But there has to be some rules of regulation, like, okay, now those of you who have certain amount of money, you can have this percentage based on what you have. But I'm not gonna come and overpower everything and just say, don't sell anything to anyone because I have money. I buy everything. So uh, it is very tricky. But the biggest concern is, like, if you look at it from the world peace perspective, it's a big concern. It's really, really a big concern when it comes to AI and using it for bettering yourself in terms of weaponology. It's a big concern.
Yeah,
And
it's
now we
definitely,
just,
it's a double-edged sword. It really
yes.
is. It really is. It really is. And we need the individuals that are like Mr. Arnold over there, that are extremely cautious, that are aware of the positive, but they lean more towards moving with caution when it comes to this thing, because of that. It is extreme. It can be extremely damaging on the flip side of it. But at the same time, you also need innovators that are really supported and are given the resources and the tools to go and innovate and create, right? And push the limits of what's possible for this with this technology for us to benefit. And so there's a balance, to be had. And typically what tends to happen is that the technology leads, right, regulation, right? Typically the technology comes out, we figure out in real time the amount of casualties that ends up happening, and then we put on regulations. So it's really difficult to regulate something that you don't really know. And so there's a level of just data that you need to have to see, observe what happens, or how it affects the population, before you can really regulate it.
Yeah.
when it comes to regulation of AI, I know from the US standpoint, it's always innovate first, then regulate later. Why the European has this phrase that there's a common phrase that the European they regulate before they even innovate, right? Uh, what I've learned over the years, especially in the finance sector, is that uh, the users need to regulate themselves first before the government come in, because whenever there's something negative, or there's the downside of a technology or of an institution, it is the end user that feel the highest impact at the end of the day. Like when
Mm-hmm.
we just had the 28 financial crisis, it was the retail investor that lost most money, because at the end the big guys were paid out. So even with technology, I think the users need to understand that they have to protect themselves first. If there's something they don't want to, don't if there's a part of that information they don't want to be on the internet, they shouldn't put it, because even just by asking something, by uploading your photo in maybe ChatGPT, that's all. You have given that picture, you have made that picture public to the internet, and any other AI company can access it. And irrespective of what you think, or because there's really a privacy concern into this technology. As of now, I don't think there's any privacy, because it's just a mess. It's just actually a mess. You just ask any information and you have answer coming out from all direction. So I don't think there's no privacy in the sector, even though they always tell us that there's privacy. So I think the end user have to regulate themselves when using this technology, and to be careful the kind of information they give out. Uh, 2 days ago, I was watching a program, or a reporting program on the Financial Times, and it was about deepfake. The advancement in deepfake has become something, because just with a picture and no coding experience, people can reproduce exactly same videos of maybe an influencer speaking, whereas all of that is just generated. But this is what they use to scam people. Uh, I don't know your own take on it, but how should the industry be moving in terms of privacy? Because it has really been a very big concern now about how the scamming industry have boomed. Let me use that expression. Is booming because of the advancement in AI and information as a whole. I'd like to get your own intake on how people should self-regulate themselves, because if we are waiting for the government, it's going to take time,
Amy,
and
you're
especially
welcome.
for us in Africa, where we know these things are taken lightly.
No, 100%. So that's a great question, and you make a very good point in that, similar to how I was answering Azande's question earlier on, on the risk of over reliance on AI, and at the end of the day, um, it comes down to the individual and how you are what you're giving to the system. And you're 100% right. You are the last line of defense, right? And so uh, there's a whole generation, and I feel for this new generation of I think it's what generation, Gen Z, or yeah, Gen Z, that the whole entire life is on the internet. From the time they were babies without their consent, obviously, right, from parents. I guess that's Gen X, putting
Gen X,
their yeah, putting their kids all over the internet, and then all the way till the adults, right? And there's really they don't have a filter for it. They don't know the difference between really what's personal to not put on the internet. There's a lot that's put on the internet that the previous generations understand to not put certain things out there on the internet and to keep things private. And so there's a huge generation that's already, kind of behind, to your question on, what can you do, right? From the individual level, I for me, I know I use this technology strictly from at a professional level, right? Like there's no personal information that I am feeding the system, and I would encourage, right, everybody to operate in that same frame that there's use 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 this technology very wisely and refrain from putting in details, information in there. Obviously, it's kind of hard when these systems starts hooking up with uh, other parts of your systems, especially when we get into AI agents, AIs that can access all of your information. It can access your email. It can access your photos. Right? It have access to a lot of your other accounts, bank accounts, and that kind of thing. So it's becoming more and more um, evident that this technology will have access to all your information. But it's always good to keep, right, to operate from a frame of like protect yourself, protect your privacy, take your privacy very seriously, and do not volunteer, right, your information in a system. If that answers the question. And then to the deep fakes, right? Oh, there's again, right, this is not a problem that is new with the deep fakes, right? The, the reason why we know that the Nigerian print email, right, is because it worked, right, and it continues to work actually, which is wild to think about. But the scammers, they innovate as well, right, and they leverage the new technology regardless of what it is to continue to scam. And so yes, the deep fakes are becoming insanely real, and it's very alarming. And but on the other side of that too, there's a lot of technology from a cybersecurity perspective that's coming out to defend against the systems. And part of the reason why too, right? It's why Africa needs to take this AI thing very seriously is because the only way you can defend against AI is with AI, right? I think you can't really defend you you can't defend AI with anything else but AI. And so that's a bit of the reason why too everybody should be thinking about upskilling themselves to develop a level of AI literacy so that you don't easily fall to the attacks, right? Because the attacks are becoming more and more sophisticated, and the less you understand how these systems work, and the less you understand, what's going on in the space, the easier it is for you to think that, oh, this video is a real video, or this voice is normal, right? And so it's very important that we push ourselves to improve our literacy within this space so that we can better protect ourselves. Mimi, welcome.
Mimi.
Okay, thank you.
Mimi has been quiet.
Yeah, Michelle, no, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. You kind of talk of it on them. The reason I brought that privacy issue again the other day is because the other day I was just typing on Google and I typed the platform. I just typed Anyiqueen So on Google, I just typed Anyiqueen. I got nothing. I got Anyiqueen. There was a different one. It wasn't the one I was looking for. So I just went again, Anyiqueen on TikTok. And then I just had a lot of information. If you go on the picture section, you're going to see a lot of picture of our chats or where we have called that screenshots are being taken. And a lot of those pictures just are there on Google Pic. And I just like this is just normal Google search. I just imagine the
If you
CIA or
go on the
any
AI,
intelligent, yeah, any intelligent
try to dig deeper.
company trying to
So
dig in on us, the amount of information they can
everything.
really take out, everything's gonna be there. Means privacy at a certain point. We don't have privacy when we are online. That's what I can really say about that. It's really funny. I think people need to be more curious and more careful on the kind of information
And that
they
part,
put out there.
just
In saying that, Kev, can sometime I wonder if we can delete our digital footprint.
Doc,
Is
you're
that possible?
welcome.
Yeah, it's you know,
Like we can delete it completely. Like if you delete everything, it's not going to show that you've been online before.
so there's a whole community of people that are big pro privacy, and they go privacy to the extreme where they don't want a digital footprint, right? And to the level that the way they navigate, even with credit cards or debit cards for payments, there's systems that generate a new number every time you use your card, and then it's just valid for that transaction, right? And the card become obsolete, right? So that there's a lot of levels, and then uh, it, there's also systems where instead of using your actual email, you can use a almost like you could call it um, a front end of your email. You know, like
A
a
temporary
plate.
meal. It could be a temporary meal.
A temporary email that routes information to your email. But if someone was searching for your email, they wouldn't find it. And so there's actually communities that exist that go in and they'll try to scrub as much of your personal information off the internet as much as possible. It is doable, and there's costs associated with scrubbing everything that exists out there. But it's something that you actually have to take the time and dedicate to and invest, because it's not easy, but it is doable and it is possible to scrub information and off the internet and make it unavailable for people if they're looking for you. There's even people that go to the extreme of changing their names, changing their right, like you change your name and you move to a different location and you restart fresh and you do kind of a complete reset, and you become a ghost in the system in a way. And so there's a lot of communities that operate like that, but it does take and being intentional to do that.
Okay. Yeah. Just to maybe add on what Kev is saying is, I maybe would disagree on that part because I think, uh, in as much as there are ways to kind of hide your identity online, as long as I believe that as long as you're online, your identity is already there, because this stuff are just like way of masking yourself online. There's not like really hiding you, because you just mentioned about the data waste issue. So therefore means that what we delete, what we don't actually delete is still there somewhere. Depending on who has the highest level of technology, you can get back all those information. And if they actually targeting you. So from that data waste scenario again, I'll kind of say this guy, I don't think there's a way we can really move our information out there. Maybe we can hide it, we can find a way to hide it. I'm not an expert in the cybersecurity field, but if there's somebody with an upper layer of security, he can dig and really find out who you are at the end of the day. They do that mostly for people that are either big criminal or big influential people. If you're just a normal local person, I don't think they'll be interested in you.
Yeah, I mean, because there's some high profile people, right, that exist that don't want information, that don't want any information of them out there. And sometimes there's like situations where somebody takes a photo of them, or sometimes they're walking a place and there's like a camera and they actually have the resources to hack into those systems and scrub and remove or alter the information inside those systems so that the information is not retrievable, or doesn't or they alter it in a way that you can't tie it back to the source. And so there are ways to disrupt information in the system so that it doesn't tie it back to you. And there's layers to this internet thing, right? Like the internet that we do, right? When we go search on Google or any other search engine that you use, be it Explorer or Firefox or any of the other ones. DuckDuckGo is one of them too. That's like at the tip of the iceberg. It's like the 10%. There's the deep web, which is the rest of the internet. The dark web is a portion of that. So there's a lot of layers in the internet, and the public information that exists is only a fraction of what's really out there. Most of the information is under private servers. Like over 90% of the information is in private servers.
Yeah, Kev. Yeah, I agree with you. But what we're saying here is, for instance, today, we cannot compare ourselves. Let's say, for example, we already have our footprint, digital footprint out there.
Mm-hmm.
We can't compare ourselves with someone who lives in a village who never got access to any internet. And people like that, you will never find any digital footprint of them. So in saying that, can we reverse our digital footprint whereby we can go to that stage whereby you are not known? So as what's his name says, like, yes, you can do that at a certain limit, but if the government wants to get this information, they will get it. It is still there. But is there any way? Will AI help us get rid of that information? Like, if I wake up today and say, you know what, I don't want to have any digital footprint. I just want to delete everything completely without changing my name, without putting mask, without doing anything. I just want everything gone. Can that happen?
Yeah, I'm not aware of anything like that where you can just, I guess, press a button or have everything scrubbed like that. Yeah.
to say, like, I'm curious as well to say, can we do that?
Yeah, I mean, there's like there are services out there, like within that community, right, that I was speaking about earlier. There are services that they do where they go and you can actually go and request for all of your information to be removed, all your personal information to be removed from, like, Google, for example, or Facebook, right? Like, you can, when you shut down your account, right? Like, let's say you shut down your Facebook account, you can request for I guess we can't use those names, right? For Mark Zuckerberg's platform, and you can ask for all of your information to be removed from their servers and to be taken down. And so so it's you can't do it passively with a press of a button. as for my knowledge, it does require you to go with to have all of the accounts that you ever had and know the passwords to all of your accounts, and to go to app after app and make the request for those companies to take down your account, to take down your information and delete your account. And then you can do that with all of your accounts. Yeah.
Wow.
Any follow up, or I can proceed with another question?
You can. Is it Mimi? Is that Mimi? Mimi hasn't said. Umberto, the traditional cancel. How are you?
Mr. K was
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Mr. Arnold.
Mr. K. So I know people are following us, and also uh, that we are humans and we go through good times and bad times, and we kind of have days that they are bad, that they are challenged, and people deal with their own stuff at times. And now there's this AI technology just coming out, and somehow it just looks like he has answer for everything. He's the most intelligent person in the world, or intelligent thing in the world. And some people really go there. Some people cannot afford therapy. For example, they cannot afford therapy, especially people in Africa or some different part of the world. And so they go out and use these AI tools in the form of therapy, and they explain the problem, the emotion problems, and all of their personal problem. And the AI is giving them feedbacks and stuff to do, and what to do and what not to do. So, in relation to safety, or in search of in search of solution for their problems, what's your take on the fact that people go and use this AI as a therapy assistant or therapy doctor?
Me, I'm not a therapy guy, bro.
Let me
I think they're just giving
for
the AI more data.
let me chip in that. That's a good. That's
Yeah,
really a,
aren't they just giving the AI more data? The AI like human are like this. Human are this curious. Mm.
well. I to be honest, that's a great question. You know,
Yeah.
last week, it happened. You know, in the city where I live, a guy actually sat in his car. He was having a conversation, I think, with his missus. Like they were arguing, and then he was threatening the S word. I don't want to mention it because I
Right.
don't want to get us the S word that is gonna unalive himself. Do you know what
Mm-hmm.
happened? While he was talking, his car is Tesla. It was actually
He
recording
alert the
everything.
police.
Yes, I like the police, and he was surprised the police came and said he was saying he was gonna unalive himself, and that's how human AI is becoming now. And it's true. Like some people are already using it for therapy, you know, especially people that I would say that it's so sad that our world is coming to a lonely
That place.
society.
Yeah.
Yes, that place. There's a lot of people out there who cannot afford therapy or who doesn't have people. Or sometimes they don't want to go and talk to humans. They just want to talk to a machine that will give
Yeah.
them
They
answer.
don't want to be. They don't
And
want to be judged.
exactly. And then they
It's
move
so
on.
sad.
And sometimes it lead to do with a lot of confidentiality because people don't trust anyone nowadays. And you go out there putting your heart out, and you never know what that person is going to do with that information. So yeah, it is true. It's happening, man.
yeah, so I was joking a little bit, right? When I say I'm not, not a therapy guy. But that is a fascinating question, and Azande, you're absolutely correct. In fact, back last year, there was a study that was done by the Harvard Business Review, and they looked at the use cases for AI for just like the general public, and in therapy and companionship was number one on the list. So the majority of people are using therapy and like and companionship, right? It's like relationships, it's kind of crazy. Um, and I think the other ones are like organizing my life or finding purpose. I think those are like the top three. Therapy, like to help you organize your life, and then like questions around like asking, finding purpose, which is like, you know, very human to do. But to my, to your answer, Mr. Arnold, yeah, it's to me personally, I don't, I turn to God, and I would advise people to turn to their creator and align themselves versus using AI. But there is an aspect of when we get to the clinical side, there is the use cases where AI that's trained on clinical studies and that's properly designed from a clinical perspective to actually be useful to in cases where the individual needs that therapy. It can be done. Like AI can be trained to be, let's call it, a first line of defense for people that need that therapy. And it's actually, we talk about, I said earlier, right, the new generation, the generation of social media, the generation that is running on anxiety like crazy. That is a generation that is, that is in need. There's not enough medical personnel, for lack of a better word, to support the level of the cases that we're seeing increase in people that say that they're experiencing anxiety and experiencing depression. The numbers are crazy. And so from a position of like, okay, how do we solve that problem? AI brings itself as a real potential solution to kind of help remedy that problem when done right. With that said, yeah, I don't advise.
In saying that, where does religion going to fit? Will it take it? Will AI take us away from religion, from belief in God? Because it seems like it's gonna make a lot of things easy, give answer to a lot of things in our life. So where are we looking at putting religion or putting God?
Yeah, so I believe the Bible says not to put anything ahead of God, right, and to not worship any idols. And I think that anybody that, I guess, uses AI to deviate from the word is essentially doing the opposite of what of the guidance that it provides. And so, today's going to be AI, tomorrow it's going to be something else, you know? And so, yeah, that, I don't know if that answers your question.
Let me just add more to that. Maybe give a point on it. Uh, for the religion part, I think the religion rate is first of all falling. People are losing more and more faith in religion institution, which is separate from God. It's another topic. We see even a lot of uh, men of God and pastors using AI to prepare their sermon. Excuse. So we see that. I think recently there was a communicate from maybe the Catholic, I may be wrong, that they have to really give instruction that they should not use AI to develop their sermon. So it's in a way it's already having an effect in that direction. But overall, I think our belief, our fundamental belief, what we believe in, in God, in other things, I think it will not be affected by AI because those things are not mainly attached. Those beliefs are not mostly from the physical world. That's something more spiritual, more faith based. So I don't think AI is gonna stop us from believing what we believe, right? It's just maybe a tool that can help us understand one or two things. But in that direction, I think social media have more effect on destabilizing our belief than AI itself on that part.
I
Now,
think I will defer to what you said a little bit.
mhm.
If you look at across Africa, the way I'm not saying all of us, majority of Africans do this, but if you look at the psychology of religion in Africa, most of people go to church to ask for a better life, and that's why they go and pray and all of that. We all do that. We're asking for blessing and all of that. But if you look at the Western society, why is it that religion is dying in Western society? Because most of the needs, they can actually do it by themselves without believing too much that there's somebody up there with natural power who will do things for them. So it has changed their narrative, their thinking. And in long run, that's what I believe. As long as AI is going to be introduced in Africa, life will start becoming easy. People start achieving their goals. I feel like people will start moving away from the word of God. That's what I believe.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. And I would look at AI as a almost like, you can think of money, right? It serves as a catalyst. It serves as a fuel to what was already there, right? And AI makes whatever you do faster, at scale. It just it amplifies, right? I think that's maybe the word. It amplifies everything that you do. It truly is a. I know it does have hallucinations, but when properly prompted, right, it will it will amplify what you are thinking about and go deeper in the direction that you want to explore. And so, in that regard, it's like the trend was already happening. AI will push it to just go faster.
Yeah, I think that's
Reason
true.
why I brought
Yeah.
religion. The reason why I brought religion to this, sorry,
I think
uh, it has already started happening whereby pastors are using AI to follow their followers, like questioning them, oh, what happened last Sunday? You did not come to church. And when you say, oh, I was busy, they go like, oh, you were somewhere. We knew you were somewhere doing this. You know, there's a case, somebody was mentioning that like pastors are using AI nowadays to spy on their followers, which is, I don't know whether it's true or not, but it's possible, you know, because we know some of these preachers can be so aggressive on their church followers.
Very much, very much. The aggressiveness is wild. Uh,
I would say the house is game, even for them. Please, I just want
Queen
to
is
come
laughing.
back on.
Queen, say something. Say something. You're just laughing. Say something.
no. Actually, I had some question that I asked him before if AI wasn't gave an opportunity or a threat. Mr. Classic, you're welcome. You know, but he said it was an opportunity. Mr. Classic, we would like to hear from you regarding this AI. He's doing music. You're welcome and thank you for the heart me. So I
yeah,
don't
the,
know.
the answer is really both. The answer is
Because
really,
remember I had
yeah.
asked you if it was I asked you if it was a threat or an opportunity.
Yeah, it's both. It's an opportunity and a threat.
Right. Mm-hmm.
It truly is a double-edged sword.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, I'm even thinking about what's coming after AI, which is quantum computing. And my goodness, it's so I hosted an event yesterday, a startup event where I bring in entrepreneurs, investors, and
Mm-hmm.
professionals
Mm-hmm.
for networking. And it's typically like, think of like Shark Tank style, where you have somebody present and then they make their ask, and then the investors are
Mm-hmm.
asking questions. And yesterday we had two presenters, and one of the presentations was a PhD recent graduate from MIT that
Mm-hmm.
is building synthetic tissue
Mm-hmm.
for leveraging AI to build synthetic tissue for testing in medical trials. Because currently you use animals, and so and then right, you go through the trials. You start with animals, and then if everything goes good, then you go to humans.
Mm-hmm.
And so it takes time and it takes a lot of money. And so he's designing systems that based on the
Mr. AG, you're welcome. Mm-hmm.
based on like real human samples.
Mm-hmm.
He can generate tissues that you can then do the testing on the synthetic
Mm-hmm.
tissue
Mm-hmm.
that have real accurate results on how the drugs uh, will reflect
Wow.
on the population. So mind blowing.
Wow.
Oh, with the money gun, who's that?
Thank you, Mr.
A
AG.
AG with the money gun.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so
Thank
yeah,
you.
uh,
Wow.
AG with the elevation.
So, thank you so much. So, that's AI now in the medical field, pretty much,
Yeah, so I use that
And
example
then
to
that is not only it's already in our labs.
yes.
Because
So
once these tissues are ready, they're gonna try.
yeah, so I was
Yeah,
so intrigued.
In China actually. Oh,
I
They
was so
already.
intrigued. I was
yeah, go
asking
ahead, go
so
ahead.
many questions to that guy and trying to get to the bottom of like what he's thinking, right? Like, why is he even working on this?
Right.
And so he was looking at it from a position of the opportunities, right? Because
Mm.
there's opportunities to do away with the animal trials, which you save a
Mm-hmm.
lot of time, which allows you to deploy that capital into more tests, so
Mm-hmm.
you get to better, effective drugs faster, which is better for us, the people, right? When you think about, there's still diseases out there that are very damaging and cause a lot of and ruins your quality of life where it doesn't really need to. And so getting to those solutions faster is at the core of it. So that's the part where it's the opportunity. And asking him more questions, he was like, his vision was to uh, make it so to build like whole humans where we could transfer
Super fan in the house. Welcome.
our minds into a,
Mm-hmm.
how there's digital avatars, right? It's like a digital replica of you
Mm-hmm.
inside the computer, right? It's like a digital version, the AI version of you that you could create.
Yeah. Correct.
uh
Mm-hmm.
he is working on building like full, like a full synthetic person replica of you, so that when your body gets old and you can't do it anymore, you can transfer your mind into this thing and you can live forever. So mind blowing.
Yeah, and in addition to that, Kev,
yeah, go ahead.
in addition to that, Kev, the Asian summit that just took place in China, in Beijing last week. Actually, that's what one of the agenda in the table between Putin and the Chinese president and the Indian president. They will already start talking about that. So it's and in
Wow.
China right now they have what they call a diagnosed portable toilet, whereby if you don't want to go and make a queue, you have the luxury to buy it. You can install it in your house, so you can actually go to the toilet. It can examine your stool, your urine, and then you can print your receipt. You just take it to your chemist and buy the medication you want for what is happening with you. So it's just like, yeah, we are getting to another level where
I
things
know
are.
it's really incoming. You got some question. Mbutu says what happened to human relationship and also what happened to employment. I think we talked about employment. And yes, a G crash is real, is coming. It's already here. Is it even is coming? It's here.
Oh, it's coming.
It's
What
here
we're
already.
seeing. So what
I
you're
feel like
seeing.
it's already here.
Remember MySpace?
MySpace.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
remember MySpace?
Mm-hmm.
And how would you compare MySpace to TikTok today?
I know.
It's
So the AI that we're seeing now is like it's the worst it's gonna be.
Really?
It's
This
like
is just a tip. I wonder
this
where
is
we're going.
this is what you're seeing now
You
is
say
like
this is just a tip.
it's the tip of the iceberg. Yeah, so
Where are
it's
we
coming.
going?
so what I would say in regards to her
Come
question
on, guys.
is
Let's like the live.
let's
Let me share one more time.
yeah.
Go ahead.
So what I would say is, well, let's embrace ourselves. Just try to prepare ourselves
Um,
mentally for a
right.
very lonely life in the future.
Ooh.
Just prepare yourself mentally. And guess what? I will say this is what Kev is saying. Get to
Mm-hmm.
know AI. Use AI for your advantage. If you can't
Mm-hmm.
find that empathy and sympathy within human beings, so AI is there for you to use it.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
depend how you get to use it to make you feel better. So, but yeah, it's coming. It's something that we cannot avoid it.
It look like.
Yeah, definitely mind blowing. Mind blowing. It's coming. So it's not even here yet.
So Mbutu had asked what happened to you say relationship,
Yeah, human relationships.
which is what Dante was asking, say be ready to be lonely, I guess. Technically, yes.
Yeah, so Mr. Arnold had a good point, right? Because he said that social media has done more damage than AI, and I think that is very true. Social media has made it so that human relationships have really suffered, and I believe that human connection or will be a premium, when in the future. And so the ability to actually, be in front of people, talk to people in real time, people are going to be paying a lot of money. There's going to be somebody's going to come up with a business where the whole entire business model is hanging out with people, and
I know, right?
people pay
you
them to
can
come hang
pay
out.
real people to just sit here with you.
Yeah, and have a human to human
A
conversation.
human to interaction.
Yeah, that would be a premium in the future, which it the that would be a premium. Elvis, welcome.
Elvis, you're welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Where you streaming? Where you streaming from, Elvis?
Streaming from Douala, Cameroon. Sorry.
Oh,
That's why I
okay.
said good
Happy,
morning.
we're happy to have you.
Yeah.
Welcome. So, do you have any question regarding the AI?
I just joined the live and I've been following keenly about the presentation and
Mm-hmm.
you know uh, like here in Cameroon, I lastly
Mm-hmm.
attended one seminar in which they were talking about AI and how it can actually help. And most people
Mm-hmm.
were like, and the person actually made us to understand that we need to be very careful because AI is coming to overtake, to overtake everything from us if we are not careful. And now most of my colleagues, like journalists, they're mostly using AI to actually do their stories that they could take like 3 hours to actually put together with AI tools and everything. They just use like highest is 5 minutes, 10 minutes. They just need to edit, and everything is set. So now most of them like people are like this AI is actually coming to make people lazy. We the African mentality, we believe that you need to actually work, take your time, work before you can harvest. But when something is already coming to give you something like ready meat, it's a call for concern. So, and I think it's something that we need to actually get involved into it. Now, my question is, how is one mama in Desiki Kaikelaiki in Buick Division, how can this be of help to her? Maybe she'll hear about AI, she will not understand. So, what are we actually doing to actually make sure that those in the suburb actually understand what all of this is all about? And I myself I also want to get enrolled so that I can know more about the about AI and I mean not to
That's a good
use it
question.
at the same time.
Very good question, David.
Yeah, so one of the things that, and this is for everybody, right? The way to benefit from AI. When you think about information back in, let's call it the ancient days, um, information was only accessible to the people that had resources. Right? It's like the more resources you had, the access to that information, the easy access that you had, and over the years, over the decades, over the centuries, access to information was more and more democratized to the people. Right? We went from having to only have access to information if you were the top elite to all the way to public libraries, where somebody that had access to a public library could go in and have access to information. And then we had the internet, where access to information then became, if you have access to the internet, you have access to information. And now we have AI. AI is at its foundational, um, you know, use is access to information, and access to information very, very fast and in a way that matches your level. Right? You could take uh, a a report or a study or a medical diagnosis or a book that's very complex, and you could use AI to bring it down, to explain it down to your level, to the way that you understand it, to the language that you understand it in, and in the tone that you understand it. And so that's one of the primary uses, or let's call it values that somebody in anywhere in the continent, rural areas, even with no internet access, you can have access to AI, and be able to benefit from that access to information. So that's foundationally, the chat, being able to talk back and forth with these systems would be a primary way to benefit from this technology. So from an education perspective, massive benefit for with AI.
Okay, that's very interesting.
Just to add on that, the AI itself, just like Kev said, is all about information. Just like Mr. Kev put it. Uh, Now, when you go through the internet, you have to get a lot of links and try to do a lot of research. I mean, it takes a lot of time for you to get those information, which has been put by different parties on the internet. Uh, One thing that AI really does, and it does at times well, is that it helps you to gain time in your research process, right? And at first, you could take time. You have to read like 10 articles, different articles, before you get your conclusion and you pick which part of the articles interests you. But now with the advancement of AI and the different advancement of the different models that are coming out, they are becoming smarter in terms of just giving you directly what you want so that you use your time on other stuff. So they organize the information and they give it to you at the faster speed, which is something that I think for someone who has a lot of work or who's doing a lot of tasks may want to use that to help save some time, you see, as compared to the traditional way. Uh, at the end of the day, there's a downside to AI, but also have to acknowledge the fact that it's going to help shape the way we work and also help to boost our productivity. Because you cannot ask AI what you don't know. Most likely, you're going to ask AI based on what you're looking for, and what since it's your fee, you're going to know if AI is telling you something that is true or false. But they really help you to gain that speed and that momentum. Now you mentioned about an example of maybe on one mama who is in the less developed side, more maybe the village side. Um, Technology at times, if you talk about life cycle of a technology, you have at times the early adapter, you have the average adapter, people that will join later, and you have people that never join the technology. So it's always defining those categories. And for the AI, I think there are some people that will never use the AI just because maybe it was not that time, they came too late. Just like social media, there are still people with that account on social media. But there are other people that are using it and they're even making a means out of it. So at the end of the day, some people are going to use it, some people are not going to use it because of the time at which the technology made them. That's what I can say about that.
Yeah. In addition to that, Kev, do you think we should use AI, especially those of us who are advocating, someone like you who are advocating for AI with a mindful of community responsibility?
Yeah, 100%.
What I mean by community responsibility, based on the example my brother gave about a mama in the village who doesn't know. So if we talk about community responsibility, what do we have to do to make sure that that kind of mama never left behind, but she can still be able to use AI at her level?
Yeah, there's the aspect of like this conversation that we're having, right? That's very critical, to have in both exposure to what is happening and what's out there, both on the ways to better use the technology and ways to benefit from it, but also from how to protect against the downside of that technology. I think from what can everybody do, to kind of support is just that, continue to share, the ways to use the technology, but also, share the downside and ways to protect when using the technology. That's what I would say.
Oh, okay, please just to add on that. We talk about the example of that mama again. She might not be able to use it directly, but indirectly she might be able to use it. We talk about privacy, which is an issue, but again, that mama may have some pictures of maybe herself when she was young or her husband when they were all young, and she wants to pass those pictures to her children or to her grandchildren. But the pictures are really bad. They are old. I mean, they have stayed like more than 70 years and they're really bad. And the process of fixing those pictures to come back to life is kind of difficult. I, speaking from a graphic designer background, is really difficult and challenging at times, even when you use Photoshop and all the technology in it. But with AI, it really facilitated that process to bring those pictures back to life, those old pictures. I do that a lot at times with old pictures from my dad or other clients that they come. The pictures are really bad, but when I use AI on it, in less than no time, they really come back to life. And I think, in a way, she benefit that indirectly from the technology, and because of her time sequence, she might not be able to use it directly like most of us.
That makes sense. Wow.
Okay. Sorry.
Dan,
Sorry.
Dan, you're
Talking
welcome.
about.
Dan, you're welcome.
Okay. Talking about
You're
talking about the
welcome.
picture. Talking about the picture, I just want to share this small story. There's one guy that left and went to my place, to the village, and when I was looking at my mom's picture on WhatsApp profile, I saw that the picture has changed. It's not the same picture that was there. I mean, the picture is more modified and good. And I asked her that, but which picture is this? So she said she had to pay one guy 1,000 francs to help to do this picture to be like this. That's why the guy came and he has been doing in the village for people, and they are paying. So I was like, this is what your people have. I mean,
Nobody's
so
catching
they
it.
pay. Yeah, so they pay and the guy, so they pay and you just pay the guy 1,000. You send your picture and the guy modifies your picture and send it back to you. I mean, they really like it. They really like what they are seeing. Like you seeing your face, you're different, and I mean, then see the new version of you, which you really like.
Thank you for the
So
admin.
yeah. So I mean, so that's why when you said, I was like, okay, one way or the other, they will benefit from it. I mean, with some of this area.
Yep. Bringing the picture back to life. Somebody's already catching in, y'all.
And the other
To
thing I
cash in on
wanted to
that, I myself, I don't cash it on it. I don't joke.
Yeah.
yeah,
You're already
the other
catching in
thing
too? Somebody's already catching in.
I mean, that's
yeah,
great. That's great.
the other thing I wanted to add into that is like because it's kind of like we're living in a moment whereby everyone is feeling overwhelmed about AI, and it's a big concern. People already start feeling the anxiety, losing their jobs. They don't know what the future is going to bring. I would say that we should approach AI with the same way we approach how Google can, and also we should use it with the mindset that I want to keep my intellectual ability to keep improving it all the time, not becoming lazy, whereby AI is gonna do everything for me, although it can do everything. Just take that extra precaution, like, hey, I want to stay on top. My cognitive development or my cognitive ability, I don't want it to decline. So, and that will take a lot of honesty from all of us to use AI in that way. But if we fall into
Uncle,
that
you're welcome.
laziness, if we fall into that laziness category, of course, our cognitive
It's gonna,
development
yeah.
will decline. Yeah.
Unhinge, nephew, you're welcome. And they say if you don't use it, you lose it. So if we don't use our brain, we lose it.
If you don't use it, somebody will use it against you.
Okay? On each chunk. Yes, so, but you don't use it. You refuse to think and do the research like you used to. You lose it. Exactly, and somebody gonna use it against you.
Don Loco, that is the
Yeah, local,
primary.
welcome.
That for me, that's the foundation of
Mm-hmm.
why I push AI
Mm-hmm.
so heavily is
We're
because
talking about AI today on Hinge, nephew. Do you have any question related to AI or more? That's what we're talking about today.
pull up.
Come on, we do that every Wednesday where we discuss.
The price you refuse to pay today, you will pay it
You have
4 times
both?
tomorrow.
Okay, come up then.
So it is
It's coming
cheaper
up
you
there.
pay the price today.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Welcome.
Hi, welcome.
It's Thursday for me, so I was confused. Like AI Wednesday, and I was like, "Do you have the wrong day?" But I forgot that we're 17 hours ahead of everybody else.
No,
So
even
I was
to us,
confused. I was like, "All
most of
right,
the
there must
time
be
we
a
are not
glitch
stable
somewhere."
because you guys you are there in
Huh?
the night. To us, we are already in the morning running activities. That's why sometimes we are not stable.
No, that's
Where
understandable.
are you connecting from? 17 hours.
Maybe not from you, but
Actually, Asia.
I'm in Australia.
Ola musukum mutekata
Oh,
kasidi.
what part of Australia? You got
An
Azande
inch, uncle.
also
Yeah,
in Australia.
I think it's
Sydney.
Sydney, huh?
yeah. I'm
Yep.
in Brisbane. Yeah.
Sydney,
Oh, very nice.
Melbourne, Adelaide, Perth,
Well, what'd you
Brisbane,
say? No, I'm in Sydney.
Sydney,
I was in
Melbourne,
Melbourne for a
Adelaide.
year.
Eh?
So, Kev, there's something
My
very
brother,
important
we
I
have
wanted
our
to.
Cameroonians there. Have you met them? Have you tried to see them?
Yeah, we do have
I connected
Cameroonians
with
there.
African professionals of Australia, with Tenda and Fred and them, good
Our
people.
footballers are there. Our Cameroon national team is there right now. Make sure you check on them, bro.
We'll go check on
Don,
What do
you
them.
you mean
are
check on them? Are
actually
they okay?
you are done connected. That's what you need to be.
No, that is true because no,
Just
our
like
Cameroon
Kev
national team is
Connect,
there.
you
They
gotta be
have a
done
match with
connect.
they have a match with China as well in that part of the world.
They,
I think
yeah.
that if not in Melbourne, I don't know because you have Melbourne, Sydney, Adelaide, Perth, and the Brisbane. Those are the 5 towns you have there
Brisbane.
or
Yeah.
provinces. Yeah,
Don't worry,
they
we'll
are
look
wonderful.
after them.
Brisbane,
Okay.
Brisbane. So when I came to Australia, my experience is in entrepreneurship and business management. So when I came to Australia, I did research on the demographic of entrepreneurs. So Brisbane is a little bit ahead when it comes to entrepreneurship. Melbourne is there, getting there. Sydney is there, but a lot of our diaspora is spread out. There's a lot of African initiatives, but a lot of them operate in silos. So, for example, in Melbourne is very diverse, but a lot of the South Sudanese, Western Africa, North and South, they have their own group and niche. But the struggle is there's no way for them to connect with each other on purpose. And half the things my team and I found out is that we're we're searching for resources, but we're not applying the synergy of how we can be innovative together. We have doctors, we have engineers, we have developers, we have coders. We don't come together. For example, one of the biggest things I asked when I first came to Australia is like, do we have an African Chamber of Commerce? And I think if some of you guys are familiar, a Chamber of Commerce purpose is to unite business entrepreneurs, small businesses, and say, okay, let's say if I'm in finance, okay, and I have a young uni that's wanting to graduate, okay, then instead of them trying to build their network, they can find this chamber of commerce to say, hey, I want to connect with the finance department, I want to connect with IT, I want to connect with social enterprise. But if I'm an individual that graduated through uni, it's almost near impossible to get ahead because I don't find the field of the people that look like me. So half the time you have people like us operating in silos. And I think before we talked about how networking is really important and resource mapping. I think Zandi, I think you brought this up is like how to network and how to resource map and
Yep.
stuff. So for
Yep.
me, Australia is very innovative when it comes to intercultural and multiculturalism, but I feel like we're doing it wrong. and this is no offense to our YT, is that everyone here in Australia, from the research I got, even working with Scallion Foundation, is we are the narrators of our story, but we're not the authors of the final part. Meaning, people listen to our stories, our lived experience, and then we have an institution that's been around for so many years. They get the funding, and then the funding doesn't get distributed to the same people that's actually going through the lived experience. So this is something I've been challenging a lot of organizations and working with them with my company. Is like, we have to stop telling our stories for research initiatives, and then you get a food voucher for like $100, and then all of a sudden your story is being used to fund a $6 million project for lived experience, and you're not even the one in the process. And for me, that really breaks my heart, because it's like, yeah, because all of us Africans here in Australia, we're so innovative, but it's like we don't even want to improve each other's skills or even weaknesses either.
Yeah, I'm glad, brother, you joined this team, and that's why sister like Anyiqueen and Cave and the rest here, we're talking about AI, and AI is one of the things that actually we can use it for our advantage, to control such kind of aspect you're talking about, you know.
Do you know
So
how powerful AI is? And I'd actually, my team, we have a AI department in US and here. So two things. AI can do two things, and this is why I really wanted to come up and why I think this is really important. So, for example, let's just say we're an NGO, social enterprise. Most of the time, the founders have to, write grants, do field research, have to hire an intern or a researcher, and all these things. But AI can do all these things for you, whether using ChatGPT, OpenChatGPT, or OpenAI, or Claude, or anything. You can actually now, because AI has access to internet, you can combine resources. For example, you can go to Google Scholar. You can go, if you're in medical, you can go to PubMed Education. Take the link and ask the right prompts, and then based on those prompts, it will shorten your time of the research you want. So, for example, why I really think AI is being misused, and what's going to happen, and it's already happening. Most people who don't leverage AI, but you have to have the base knowledge. But if you don't leverage AI to reduce the work you need to do, because academia is already out there, information is really out there, but nobody teaches us how to use the tool. Most of us just using it, write me this, correct the grammar, give me a speech or anything like that. That's like surface level. If you are, for example, if you're using AI to write a keynote, okay, you can write your keynote. Or if you're working in social enterprise, you can say, okay, what is the tested protocols when it comes to homelessness? And it will find all the articles, and it will tell you what organizations have tried initiatives in homelessness. And then you can counteract by saying, okay, what are strategies that have not been used based on these organizations and geographic location? Nobody's using research in AI properly. So then my question to us here today is, those in AI, those who, in technical, literacy and digital literacy, how do we create a sustainable platform to teach people how to use AI? Because most of the time people use AI wrong. And that's the sad part. So really what I want to come up, and I land here, really I wanted to come up is, there has to be some way we can teach NGO founders, entrepreneurs, to use AI to clean up their pitch, to clean up their proposal, to do market research, market testing before they even go out and then feel like they failed. So for me, I feel like those who don't leverage AI will probably be left behind, but you still need the human, articulation, the research, and the knowledge. So my question to you guys is, how do you use AI, and where has it been most effective for you?
Yeah, so for me, great question, by the way. For me, I use AI across all domains of life. It's it's really a powerful tool that I now ask myself, how can I, like, where can I use AI to get that leverage, right? I no longer try to do something without checking first if I can offload it or decrease the amount of time it'll take me by leveraging AI. And so I'm very much pro AI, and I try to use it with everything I do. And so starting with business, on the business side, with every aspect of business, cutting down time is in whether I'm writing copy, writing a proposal, writing emails, right? Just offloading all that that work to AI. I leverage AI to develop websites and code, right? With the different IDEs, typically go with Cursor or anti-gravity. I'm spending a lot of time there, and I also leverage AI for, just like kind of everyday things. Like I found myself, there was something going on with the car the other day, and typically what I would do is I would go on YouTube or I go on Google and look up, the issue and try to see if I can find a YouTube video to then get in there and try to fix it myself. And what I find myself doing now is literally taking a picture of the issue with the car and asking what's going on, and then kind of troubleshooting, the issue with AI. And so I use AI across the board with everything. And to your question on how can we set ourselves up for success in educating the community on better leveraging AI and how to use it properly, we're currently building we have an initiative in place called BASE, Building African Skills Every Day, that we are setting up a structure in which we find our brightest minds within the community and we extract their knowledge, their know-how, and we make it available to the community. And that's one of the ways that I'm personally, trying to get our community more exposed to what's possible, and also in getting us upskilled, because you're absolutely right. The way most of us are using AI is not the most effective ways to use it, and there are levels. There's many levels to this technology, and it's a non-negotiable. Everybody will have to upskill. It's becoming a hard requirement, and so those are a couple of points on my end on how I use AI and some of the work on what can be done in getting us to better use the technology.
Yeah,
No, thank you for that.
thanks, Kev. And by the way, don't worry, I'll bring him on board, to support the PACE initiative.
Am I being secretly initiated into something? Don't worry, I don't mind supporting our people. The reason I actually asked that question, and here's the reason why, and especially for NGOs and social enterprise. Right now, when I came to Australia, so obviously I do business consulting. So one of the biggest things I always ask people and founders and grassroots organizations, like, okay, let's just say all of us here together in the panel says, guys, we want to teach people the benefits of AI. Okay, so we know we have a product or service that would benefit our people. Yes. Okay. Now, how do we tell or convince people that this tool that we have is something that's going to benefit them? So what I went around and asked a lot of grassroots organizations, like, what is your baseline? And what I mean by that is, okay, if I'm a founder, you have to start off with your board charter, your board matrix, your policies, your compliance, and all these things. And when I talk to grassroots funders, especially from migrant communities, they don't start off at the compliance. They start off at either seeking funding, or they start off by seeking, building your website and all these things. But a lot of times I tell them, you need to have a baseline of your market research. It's like, okay, you have a cause, great. You know what you want to solve, but did you even ask the people that you're going to service if this is even a solution for them? So a lot of times the baseline of a grassroots or social enterprise, they don't even canvas the people they want to service. They don't ask them how they want to be served. And I know, all of us migrants have the same, the deficit story of like, we're here, we're struggling, all these things. But a lot of times we have a different starting journey of our struggle. So where AI comes in, and this is where I ask a lot of funders is like, okay, yes, you need all this for your nonprofit or social enterprise, but a lot of times they're spending thousands on making the business look like a business versus it being a business. So meaning, okay, I'm a founder, I need compliance, I need conflict of interest, I need, volunteer compliances, I need safeguard. If you're in Australia, you need working with children check. And just a side note, did you know almost 46% of most nonprofits that work or volunteer in communities or get communities don't even have working with children check? So how do you know the people that are volunteering for your organization are even safe people to work with children or young people? Anyways, that's a conversation we have another time. But what I was getting at is I said, okay, AI is, pay $30 a month depending on what you get. You can literally copy and paste the Australian.gov, for NGOs or, ACNC website, copy all the links that have to do with NGOs, put it in ChatGPT, and then give it the prompt to say, hey, based on Australian protocols when it comes to social enterprise and NGOs, create me these 12 documents from compliance, conflict of interest, and it will create all those documents with the latest update from the government itself. So now you save yourself not to take off consultants like me out of business, but I'm always like giving information when is reasonable, but the AI will build all those infrastructure for you, because then when I asked the founders, they were like, well, I'll spend $4,000, hiring a lawyer to do A, B, C, and D. Lawyer coding is inside the AI build. You can also take your top tier lawyer company, put that in ChatGPT. They can actually write it based on their principles. But people don't know that. So they spend $2,000 on a website, $4,000 on a lawyer building their documents that they don't even have full access to. So AI can save you the grassroots funder money that comes out of your pocket. It's not like 2010 or 2012 where we have to hire somebody to write all these policies and mitigation framework. Oh, sorry, I apologize. I have to go here and take this call, and then I'll be back. But what I was saying, and I can leave you with it, and I'll be back in like 5 minutes, is I want to talk about the initial funding versus how AI can save founders from spending that much money in the beginning. And I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you. Everest has a question. Everest has a question. You said you want to ask a question after or now?
Yes, sir, Kev. That's my brother right there from South Sudan. So don't worry, I'll bring more of them.
Anhij?
Oh, I didn't know.
Anhij is a brother? Really?
No, not Anis. Yeah, Anis. Yeah. We're from South Sudan. We're from the same country. Yeah.
Oh, you guys are in the same country. Okay. Because he comes, he will come and then he comes now and then contribute and then just go. Oh. Yeah, he comes.
So
Elvisco, what's your question?
Abisco, yeah, he said he has a question. Oh wow.
So while Anisco is typing his question, Kev, I think we've been talking about the relationship between how does AI use water. Do you want to maybe explain to the people about that? Because some people keep saying, what's the relationship between AI and water? Like, can you explain that? Because we are here to learn from one another.
Okay, I think he had that question.
Okay.
Those who are using AI, most AI be paid before use, or they are free AIs. Yeah, so both. Yeah, so both. There's free AI and there's also paid AI. And China is leading the world right now in free AI. They're putting out a lot of open source is the name, as the term that's used for free AI. So they're leading the world with open source models that are very good, and but the U.S. is leading on the paid AI on the private side, and those are the better models. The paid models are the better models, but the free ones, the open source models, are quite good. And so for somebody that doesn't have a budget to pay for AI, I guess you still need a budget for the hardware a little bit, for the proper laptop, but investing in a laptop that can host an open source model, you can leverage that and not have to pay for your AI use.
Was that the question in the chat about the use of paid and versus unpaid?
Mm-hmm.
You articulated very well. The only difference between paid and unpaid is the prompt and the limitation of the responses. So if you're a person who you know your stuff, you know your research, your ideations, you can just ask AI to refine it, and just correct your work and make it grammatically correct, or you can just have it do a soft research. So, for example, if you go to google.com, you can Gemini is technically built into it. And while you were asking, I actually went back to see if there's any like promotions and stuff. So if you actually go to google.com, you can get Google AI, which is Gemini Pro, for $6 Australian, which is like, if you use USD, is about $3.40. So, I mean, that's less than a coffee. Or if you want the AI Pro, which is pretty advanced, it's $32, so maybe $22 USD. And that's like the equivalent of you buying your coffee maybe once or twice a week. And basically, you can do research. It's attached to Google Scholar, especially if you're an NGO. And then here's another thing that is really cool about AI. If you are a marketing person or a marketing agency, you can connect open source AI, Gemini, have it connect to your social media or Canva, and you can give a prompt to say, hey, create me a flyer for homelessness and its topic, and then write me a post about it. And it will do it for you. So now you probably save your money on hiring an external marketer if you're just a grassroots organizer or founder. But no one tells you these things. Everybody's technically making money off AI by teaching people how to use AI versus how it actually implements in their work. And something that I do advise against is a lot of times I find founders looking at these cool, like for example, we're talking about AI and all these cool applications, and then somebody will take this information. It's like, oh, I got to buy Gemini, I got to buy it open source, but you're not letting the product actually work for where you're at in the business. You have no idea how many people spend $1,000s on subscriptions a year when they don't even utilize it. Some people have Dropbox. Okay, you can have open cloud for like $12 versus paying 100 and something to $400 a year. And I think this is why financial literacy in business management is one of the top 3 things you need to do in business, is learn how to resource and budget for what tools you're actually using and how often do you use it.
Okay, thank you. Please, I have a question. My question goes this way because we talk about AI, how to use it to boost productivity, which is good. It goes on the fact that when social media came, or when the internet became a thing, and people could easily get laptops and all of that. So the idea was that people are going to be more productive, and they're going to do things more faster and better. But we we not we noticed that when you close work, you actually go back home and keep working, because now your work was portable. Since it was on a laptop or was on social media, your work became portable, and so it therefore means you had less time to rest and to recover in terms of the worker itself. And as the technology become more and more easier to get, we see that the workforce, people that work, they start having more of workloads, because they finish with the task, they get the next task, and when they go home, they keep working because they cannot transport their work to the house. At first, when work was just at the office, when you leave office, that's all about work. You go home and have some good time and rest with your family. And so now the AI is coming also with the ability to be more productive again. And so how is that going to affect the amount of work that the individual do and his mental health in relation to work and work-life balance?
Work-life balance. I think that's BS, bro.
Not for
Um,
founders. I agree with you. Work-life balance does not exist for entrepreneurs.
Bro, bro, no,
yeah, but
let's be honest about this, right? I know the average person, some average people usually want work-life balance, but people that are a little bit more aspiring know that that's BS, right? I myself am not a fan of work-life balance for my own personal head, but I do understand that if I have staff, they'll want to have work-life balance because they just want to have an average life and want to take care of their family, have somewhere to work and earn a living and take care of their family. So yeah, it has an effect on that, the reality.
No, on serious note, you are right though, and I'll let somebody else contribute. There is a fine line between if you're a founder, if you own your business, depending on the threshold of the employees you have. So when I was in US, when I was managing employees with the organization that we have over there, the work life balance is that because you're managing your business, you're also responsible for those people who need you even after hours. But the fine balance is that you have to create the boundaries in the beginning. You can say, hey guys, I'm available to you guys up until this time, unless it's an emergency or something that has to be handled right away. You have to set the precedence with your team. So, for example, I run three companies. So one of the biggest things with my partner is like, hey, after 5 o'clock, you should really set boundaries between the meetings you take. The only time is an exception if I have to either respond to an email, but this is where AI comes. I can generate an email based on the urgency of the email to say if this is urgent, it needs a response right away. And it learns the language of what is being asked. And this is things you can program your AI. So work-life balance only work if you have strong boundaries. And also you have to make sure that you're balancing your boundary, that you're not dismissing your employees or the people you work with, the staff, or even your team. Because if you're a team member, you have to be able to show up when your team needs you. But then again, this is something that I challenge, Black founders is like the Western culture sense of urgency is actually very pressing for people of color because if you don't perform or do something in a certain time, time is not luxury for us. It's not a privilege for us. It's a luxury for some people. So, for example, if you're a person of color and you run a team management or project management, and your boss asks you, "Hey, I need this delivered by this time," unless you set your boundaries from the genesis of the project, you're going to get a text message from your boss, hey, can you handle this? I forgot to do this. Most likely because you're a team player and you want to do it to show up. It's a hard balance because then you have to know your team, you have to know your boss, you have to have. This is where those invisible social rules in business really comes in, which is why I'm saying I feel like work-life balance doesn't really exist. So, for example, right now I'm managing a project in Sydney and Melbourne. If the team says, "Hey, Unhinged Nephew, we need that report to be edited because the grant writers asked the question." Okay, do I do it right away so it doesn't mess with my day next day, or do I wait until the morning when I'm in business hours? You see what I'm saying? You have to have discernment. Discernment in business management and work-life balance is so hard, but you just have to set precedents for how you want to run your business. Otherwise, your boundaries are going to be fragile. So it's very tough to have a work-life balance as long as the people you're serving feel okay and feel protected. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, that's the answer. That's an answer I can take. Can somebody else contribute to that point, please? I'd like to get another perspective.
yeah, for me, AI will transform the work that humans actually do. And especially as we dive into the world of agentic AI, we're seeing that the repetitive, tasks will be taken up by, those are the first wave of tasks that AI will be taken up. The task that that doesn't really require a lot of thinking, that you know how to do, and you do it just kind of mindlessly. You do it because it has to be done, but it's work that has to be done, but doesn't really require a lot of thinking for you. This is the type of work that AI will take, which will actually decrease the amount of work that you need to do in terms of sitting and doing repetitive tasks, which will then open up your time to focus more on the type of work that like the human to human work, right? Like time with clients, time with customers. Um, it's more time to actually think about the future and what other opportunities are there to better serve your customers. And so it's going to change the nature of of work, and actually there will be um, less work that you'll be doing. Well, depending on how the company structures itself, right? You will be asked to do more. We're always being asked to do more with less, right? And so companies are either going to stop hiring, or yeah, companies are going to stop hiring. Most companies are going to decrease the amount of hiring that they do. And as people retire, they're just not going to backfill you. Um, and what's going to happen is that the AIs are going to come in and they're going to do a lot of the heavy lifting, which will technically cut down the amount of time you need to work a week. But the in the corporate world, you're going to continue to be asked to do more with less resources. And so from that aspect of it, you will have to, the trend will continue. To answer your question directly, the trend will continue in that work will leak into the normal 9 to 5, where you can come in, you can clock in and clock out, will be less and less the case, because you will have the AIs are running 24/7, and there will be they will have hiccups. There will be times where you need to come check in, and so the majority of work in the corporate world will become very much analogous to a life of an entrepreneur, of a founder, of a business owner, right? And so the life of a business owner, there isn't that, you're always working. You're always working, and you prioritize your schedule accordingly to have the time with family, right? And that's the balance aspect of it, right? Even as a business owner, you have to make time for your family. You have to, make time for your relationships, and so it would just require the individual to be um, much more proactive about protecting, the time that you need to reset and relax, and time with loved ones.
Okay, thank you.
In addition to that, like what Kev was saying in regards to balancing life, I've seen like for us in Brisbane here, there are like two venues. I don't know if you know them. It's in area called Sasbang. Nowadays they offer AI DJ. For example, if you're going to hire the venue, they'll ask you, do you have your real DJ or you need AI DJ? So, and if you need AI DJ, all you need to do is just tell them songs that you need, program them, and then that's it. You go, and the cost will come within that everything. And again, something like that. Yes, it might take some people out of the job market, but at the end of the day, it makes things easier for other people. Let's say, for example, you will be enjoying your time with your family while your business is still happening. What you're doing is going on, so which is actually good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's great. I have a follow-up question, please. Um, Now, recently, this week I wrote an article on LinkedIn about the workforce. Question was, uh, who are going to be the senior workers in 2035, right? And the reason I came about that question is because what is happening in the industry now, especially in the advanced country, because of the advancement of AI and how it's used by the corporation there, they are reducing their workforce, and most of the people affected by this workforce are the entry level job. And we know that organization start at the foundation from entry level job, because those are the people that will become the next leader, because from entry level job they go to senior and they start having other position. And so if companies are cutting down on the amount of the entry level position in their environment, and they're using just they're empowering the senior workers with AI and advanced AI tool to be more productive, which is good because I'm more productive. But now they don't employ the amount of entry level job that they need to have. So what happened where that population size of senior workers go on retirement or are too old and they need uh, workers, they need people that understand the company culture to move forward and take that position and keep leaving the organization to where it needs to be, so that the leadership doesn't fall, because we know most of the time the people leading the company are people that understand and that have the DNA of that company, of that business, and in most cases are people that came as entry level workers and climb up their ways onto those senior management position. So how do you, how do you guys see the future of workforce in terms of who is going to lead the workforce in the future as company take less and less entry level position?
I think the future of workforce is going to depend on the individual. You gotta be very smart, and you gotta be more alert into the changes that is happening. As Kev was mentioning to one of our brother, he was asking question and he mentioned something earlier that he's not interested. So things like that is gonna create a lot of setback for some of us. So we should not be afraid, but we need to make sure that we prepare ourselves. This question, to be honest, I personally, I won't be able to give an accurate answer to it because AI is covered a lot of areas of profession. So it's not easy to say, no, this is their future. So right now, it will depend on individual how interested you are to equip yourself for the future, you know. But I believe there are some sectors that AI is not going to infiltrate that much. It will infiltrate it at certain level, but it's not going to go extreme or wipe it out. For example, in human service area, okay, AI, yes, AI will play its role there, but at the end of the day, in human service area, it needs human touch, human connection. So it will be impossible for AI to take over. So that means you gotta maybe prepare yourself to focus in that kind of career. Try to stay in workforce. If you're not interested in other side of workforce whereby you have to go extreme. So yeah, that's what I can say. Just be smart, be vigilant, always try, always be open for learning new things. Don't be afraid.
Thank you for that point. Let me reframe the question a little bit this way, because I want you guys to have to take it from the perspective of the leader, the one running your company, your business, right? So how do you look at the succession? Because I believe that if you're running a business, maybe you want to run a business that will outlive you and maybe more than 100 years, 200 years. So how do you make provision in such a way that the people leading your company have the DNA of your company, have the best interest in your company, as uh, you recruit less and less entry level people, and most of your senior workers are going to retire at a particular point. If you don't replace them, you might have an issue of leadership in the company.
I wanted to touch a little bit based on that, what we just discussed about the entry level and all that stuff. Sorry about that. I had like a little call. So, like what we understand before is like entry level, you walk through the ladder, right? One step at a time. So with AI coming in, that's gonna break like the entry level, but it doesn't take the entry level out. Basically, like people will still be stepping in at that spot, that same spot that AI takes. They will be starting right there now, you know. So it will be like the workforce will be shrinking down, but that doesn't mean like the entry level is gone. To my own understanding and perspective on that particular area. And for example, if it comes to like my own trade, like electrical, we had like we used to be like doing a project for like 2 years or 3 years, maybe let's say like a building for Microsoft. You know, we used to do those building like for 2 years, 3 years, off-story building like 2, 3, 4, 5 floors. But now it has shrink down to like 6 months because of the development of AI. We used to bend pipe with our hands. They used to have hand benders, you know, or conduit. But that's been shrinked out because they have mechanical benders, and they even go to the extent that they even modify them to a way that you can hold them on your lift rather than doing it on the ground. It used to be if you have a mechanical bender, it's so huge and big that you can even 5 people will not bring it to the job site. Now they make it so shrink and small that you can have it on your lift by yourself. You can pick it up and put it on the side of your cart or lift, you know. So that alone right there kind of like shrink out the job so small. But again, the pace of the job that they need now, because everything needed like they need things done like a blink, right? Everything's going fast now, fast pace, fast move. The the period that it used to take into the period that they need right now and the world is demanding is so different. For our trade, like we are trying now to recruit more people because the older generation is going out. A lot of the older generation is going out of the workforce. You know, if you come to a company, like you look at the company, you see like 50% is all old people, like about 50s, you know. And now we need young guys. Like the main role of the recruitment agency now is like they have to recruit a lot of people. There's a fight for that to happen. So that brings more. It will bring more like young guys, and these young guys they coming out with the AI. This is their era, so it's a different era. So you go give that old guy like a pipe bender, and you give him like that mechanical bender. He will leave the mechanical bender and say, "Give me my pipe bender." And for some reason, that thing is slow. So if he is working against that young cat, who's just gonna press a button and it does the thing. And usually you have to do all the math by yourself. But over there, you don't need no more maths. You know, you just have to tell it, oh, I want this at this length and this distance and at this angle. So it will create that angle for you. You know, or that elevation that you need. So same thing goes like we used to look at the print, a paper print. You know, I have to go one set at a set at a set. I have to go to the mechanical, go to the electrical, go to the what's it, the architecture, you know, like go to all the different set of print just to do my layout. Now I have just to use a tablet and tell it, oh, I need a layout around this area, and it will skip. The AI will skip all that process for you, you know, and give you exactly what room you have there. It will tell you like, oh, we have mechanical around here, we have duct work out here, we have like a plumbing pipe going through here. So your only space is like a foot in between here to here. So AI is a job already created. Just that how can we also like I got a question on that. How are we gonna be getting involved within the AI system? Like we in Africa, I mean, because I see like Europe is getting more of the tasks done for over here. They will outsource people from Europe or Australia, you know, or Asia to do some part of the AI. You know, how are we set? Are we ready to be involved in that category also? That's a question that I have for the panelists out here.
Yeah, good question. So Mr. Arnold, to your question, fantastic question. Because it is real, and the job of the junior employee is the first line that AI is taking. And so that's a very valid question on who will be the senior, and what would they look like. You said 2035. I think, being facetious a little bit here, but in 2035, the junior managers of today will be the senior of 2035. But to your bigger question, who will really take on the senior level jobs in the future? And that's a serious issue. That's a serious problem. And I think maybe there's a couple of ways to remedy it. On one end, right, the people that you're hiring today, you know, you'll be hiring them to come in and not do the job of the AI, but manage the output of the AI. And so you would hope that they would have spent enough time with the seniors right now to get an understanding of what quality output really looks like, for them to keep the company going in a positive direction in decision making, uh, while managing, coming in and being able to manage the quality of output from the AI well. So that's like one aspect of it, but I think that's not sustainable alone. The second aspect of it is, you know, there's like an entrepreneurial spirit in the new generation, in that, because the technology is so accessible and it facilitates. On Henge was talking about how like this technology cuts through the cost of getting started compared to the past, right? You don't have to pay $2,000, $3,000 for a website. You don't have to pay a lawyer to draft some of these documents. And so the barrier of entry into entrepreneurship is very low. And so you have a new class of, you can call it freelancers, that are coming in and spending their 20s really working and figuring out, and building up really good skills. And so when you think about the corporations, those are the pool of talent that they'll be kind of looking into in hiring, which will allow them to bring somebody in that has call it that apprenticeship, in building some skills within the vertical, the industry. And so that's another pool of talent to pull from. But you know at the end of the day, to your question, right, it is a tough one. And I can also see how a business will have to partner up with university, or really even just build a whole incubator internally, where people come in and your whole thing is just to learn. Like, you're literally just getting paid to learn, so that you can get up to speed, to be able to make better decisions for the company. So that's a bit of my thoughts on your question.
Thank you, thank you. I enjoyed that last part, the point of internal incubator by the company, so that you really get to mold the people based on the company perspective and DNA.
Yeah, I can really see that being, because if when AI is at its full capacity, the things it's going to be able to do, it's we haven't seen it yet, right? We're not able to really understand yet of the how it will affect the way we do work. And so we really will have time, right, to do the incubation in that fashion where you really have time to bring somebody in and, a bright mind that you see a lot of potential in. And the first 3 years, right, is literally just a core learning, like a true apprenticeship, where there's aspect that they maybe go around the whole company, right? Like they go and spend time across all the different departments of the company to understand the depth. So I could definitely see that happening for sure. And Mohammed, to your question was a similar question that was asked earlier in the live. Is Africa ready to adopt AI right now? The answer is no, but at the same time, we really don't have a choice not to adopt, because the nations that will master this technology will dictate the rules of the game in how in how the world is going to operate. And so if Africa wants to no longer be um, there's no easy way, right? There's no easy way to say it. If we don't want to be under the thumb of the West, we really have to figure this technology out. We really have to figure this out, and it starts with infrastructure. Without that infrastructure, it's very difficult. But what we can do right now, and it's happening already, is operating at the application layer of AI, where we can leverage the let's call it the foundations that already exist in the U.S. and also in China, and build from on top of those systems and extract value in that way as well. So if you think about AI, there's really 5 layers, but there's 3 big layers. There's the infrastructure layer. Well, I guess you could do 4. There's the infrastructure layer, where is the hardware, right? And that's really where the infrastructure is at. And that's really what we need, right? The foundation, when we talk about the digital infrastructure, is data centers, right? Like we need the data centers to really do AI properly in Africa, to be fully sovereign. We need that digital infrastructure with data centers, right? To have the data centers, you need energy. You need reliable energy, which is a big problem right now. And so if we don't have that digital infrastructure, we don't have the data centers. We're not able to build the models at scale. And so those are kind of the layers. If you think about AI in those layers, there's the foundational data centers, hardware, and then there's the models, like the brains, the AIs itself, and then you have the applications that is leveraging the brain to build applications on top of it. What we're seeing now, right, with Africa being heavy uh, on digital, we're seeing a lot of startups that are coming out, and they're building mobile first applications for businesses, for commerce, right, for day-to-day activities, and actually solving real problems and and extracting value in that way. So there's money to be made with AI in Africa, but in the grand scheme of things, when you think about it from a national security level, you can only defend against AI with AI. And so if we're not ready, if Africa doesn't, push heavily to adopt this technology, we will continue to be at the mercy of foreign nations.
First of all, how is it possible for Africans to even handle AI? Whereas we even have social media that are even easy, that Africans are unable to even have theirs, toilets of AI. Believe me, those are areas our leaders are not ready. They don't have what it takes. Honestly, I'm not discouraging people, but what I'm just stating here, they are just facts. How many social media do we have in Africa? How can the government be able to do that? They are living at the mercy of the foreign countries. Believe me, they don't have what it takes. And I'm sure they are not ready to have what it takes, because this is a very good area that they can take advantage of. If you look before, if you know the type of job that internet social media has created, I believe there's no government in Africa that has been able to create such jobs. But yet they are not taking advantage. They are not taking it serious. So I just believe those that they are in, they have to look away and do it by themselves. Mostly those that are out in Africa, we can only push the area that, first of all, most of those things that the guys that bring it from abroad, I mean the West or the Americans, stuff like that. But now they have a limit that they will do, because they will have to control and a lot of stuff like that. But to us, we have nothing to say.
Um, not to stop your, I wanted to mention something else, which is a big shift, from the big truth. The world is shifting big truth, right? We are moving from old system like school, degree, job, slow growth, right? And now
Yeah.
the new system is scale, output, income, and scale. AI and automation are removing entry-level office job, repetitive tasks, middle layers of works. So the starting point for beginners is disappearing, like we all talked about, right? But what happened to beginners globally? You could learn slowly while earning entry jobs, right? You must bring like the value immediately. That's the pressure, right? That's where the pressure is laid out. Where Africa fits in this, this is where it's getting interesting, right? Not fully locked into the old system, not fully locked into the old system, right? We have to shift from that old system a little bit. Still building infrastructure. We're not even locked in like on the old system. We are not there yet. Some of the old system we don't even have that. Infrastructure is not there yet. Full of real world problems that we need solving. I mean, Africa is behind. It's flexible,
Far, far, far. When I mean behind, Africa is still 100 years behind, brother. Not even 50 years. China is ahead 50 years. But we are talking 100 years behind. How will you explain to others, even at this point, data management in Africa, you go to an office, they're still writing things with hand, my brother. Steady light, electricity supply, we don't have. Just go to our neighbor Nigeria there. Everywhere is generator. And the people, they don't even care to do, nobody's doing anything. Look like the case in Nigeria, insecurity. You think if they were having a system that everybody's being documented and they have the ID card and stuff like that, insecurity would have been a problem? Those are just the basic. I'm not even talking about AI. We are not ready.
So what I see here, we're gonna get left scenario. I have two scenario here, right? Scenario one, we're gonna left behind. No training system, dependence on import, youth unemployment rise, technology control from outside.
Yes.
That's one right there. That's scenario number one. Scenario number two, we gotta leap forward. Train for real skill, not just theorem. Like when they're teaching, the teaching that they're teaching us is all type of teaching. We're still stuck on definitions. You will teach a kid
Talking
of
about
a
history,
definition.
we are talking about the century history,
Exactly.
other people's history.
So we gotta train for real scale, not just the theorem. Build local production, food energy system. Use tech to skip the stage, create work instead of waiting for job. Because if you see, like most of us are waiting for job in Africa, we have to create the work. We got everything that we need to create work in Africa.
But you
The
know the
difference
issue
is
of
how
creating job, the issue of creating job, like most people who go to school until they have reached a particular level, like they say after the advanced level, they start going to professional school, which ought not to be so. That so at the level of the basic, even the normal computer that our primary school children are supposed to know, we don't even have it. Talk less of now start at the level of the primary school children that are supposed to start, like in the days we all used to have something like handwork, you produce stuff like that to come to school. We don't have it. Until you are already matured, get to a particular level, you don't have time, you start navigating on how to have a job, you are going to go and ask. We are being taught how to look for jobs, not how to create jobs. Who are the one going to create the jobs? Africa. Bro. But we have to fight it. Just keep on pushing like this. We are going to be changing people's mentality bit by bit. They'll understand. We don't blame them. Those that they even have something to do that they don't have the data to be on internet. Believe
Yeah,
me.
yeah, Don. So, there are some nations that are taking this right, like are actually making major investments and moving the needle. Like South Africa, for example, I think they have over 500, 600 AI companies over there, right? Because they have a little more mature IT sector. They have more like reliable cloud infrastructure there. And so the AI adoption is moving over there. Same thing with Kenya. Kenya is coined as the Silicon
Yes.
the
That
Silicon
Kenya is
Savannah, right?
Kenya is the tech hub of Africa.
The tech
That's
hub,
fact.
yeah. And
Yes.
so
That is true. And when you see the issue of South Africa, we have to be sincere here, my brother. You see, South Africa is more. I don't consider South Africa like a black country, because if you see the way they are doing that thing, most of those things they are the white there, or let me say the color people there that are pushing most of those things. If you see even the way they handle things, you know that those guys there. And if it is only South Africa, what about other countries around? Because you alone, no matter how powerful you are, when you have too much load, you cannot move. And my problem is Namibia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Botswana, most of those guys, they are not trying to copy some of those things because it is easy because they are in the same block. That's the Southern African block. They are not like coming the same way that's supposed to do. I give you an example also. When you come like into the CEMAC, we have around 6 countries. How many of Cameroonians have been able to move around, or which countries have they been collaborating? We are in the same block, but people do their own thing their own way. You see where there's a problem? So it is going to be a very difficult thing for us to push. But we still have little countries like Kenya, South Africa, I think Morocco. Do I even need to call
I
those
think
guys?
Egypt is also
Yeah,
up there with AI
yeah,
investment.
I
And
don't know if we need to call them Africans. Anyway, they're Africans. They're pushing it. But I think that is going to be easy for guys up there. But to us, what are we doing? Because I am so
well,
disappointed. If
well,
Nigeria,
the
I mean,
real
Nigeria too, though.
the honest truth is this, right? Africa's biggest challenge is not lack of talent,
fact,
lack of structure, training system. That's our biggest problem. Lack of coordination, lack of scaling model. People hustle, but they don't scale.
and they are contented.
You know,
They are contented with it, my brother. You see, somebody's job position is life. I just do this today. I am okay. They don't think of how to expand. How do I need to get to another country? How do I need to get to people in other European countries so that I can scale my product? They don't care. Okay, if somebody is down, Brady wants you to bring him up.
That one might be okay. I'll bring him up. Let's see.
Yeah, because maybe he's having something he can share also. Because at this point in time, my brother, Africans at the end, they are just pushing us to be at consuming level. Honestly. Uh,
Where did he go?
bonus. What's up?
All good. Thank you. Good morning to you all.
Good morning, man. Today we're into AI. You know, Wednesdays are always AI.
Yeah, that's a good one. Very good one.
Kev, is it today Wednesday? But today is
Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah.
To you guys, there is Thursday. To you guys, there is Wednesday. To us, we're already on Thursday.
So
Funny.
we're Thursday night too. It's 1 a.m. over here in
Okay.
Central Time. So it's yeah. So it's officially
But
Thursday here too.
Kev, you have been missing. Where have you been?
Are you talking to me?
Kev, you have been missing. Where have you been?
Yeah. So the last couple of days. So yesterday I host every month I host an event where I bring in entrepreneurs and investors and business people for networking. And so I was doing that last night. And then what was it? Today's Wednesday. And then Monday, I was here Monday. So you've been coming in late, Don. You've been coming in late.
I have a lot of traveling stuff, so that's why you see too much fucking. But I will balance back. I will balance back. Let me
Yeah.
cut.
Yeah, but for me, I come in on the front half or the front end, and
Man,
then I drop off. And so we're not catching each other. That's why.
there have been a lot of traveling mode. You know, as the year started, I have a lot of traveling
Man,
mode.
so how is it? How are you navigating the travels with, what's going on with with the Middle East and everything and Israel and everything? Because
You know,
are you still up north in Poland over there?
with the, no, presently I'm in Finland. The problem is we
Oh,
don't have.
Finland, yeah.
Yeah, the problem is most of the time I always pay upfront ticket. Whatsoever that I say is not my business.
Mm.
So if you want to pay immediately, yeah, then that's where we have issues. Sometimes we choose even to we pay insurance so that whatsoever is happening, we don't care.
But it's not disrupting you much.
No. That's just the issue of disruption is just around just the water system that those guys are fucking. When it comes to flight, we don't. There's no money.
Everything's good. I mean,
Yeah.
even in Cyprus, right? It's right there.
Yeah, those guys they hit it once. Yeah, that was one of the reasons I said this guy, you are not joking. I'm not feeling my life. I just took off. I don't want.
No, that's too close, bro. That's too close.
No. Because those guys they were flying those things are like, bro, you don't joke with this thing. Oh. I was with one guy, Julius Conte. He played football from Sierra Leone national team. For many years he was in Europe. He told me stories of how he went to Ivory Coast because to them they live work contract. Footballer live from Africa that with a work contract. So when the visa expired, he had to go to Africa 2002 to go and renew. It took him 2 weeks. Only from within Ivory Coast because of those bullets. I'm like, this guy, you serious? That's why when this shit started making like that, I said, no, that area is not good for me.
I don't blame you, man. That's too close. That's
No, no,
that's
no.
hot. It's hot over there, man.
Everybody around.
Yeah.
Both Qatar, everywhere, everywhere. So I was not comfortable with those guys. You see this geopolitics of a thing? Relax.
Then why are you not going in Africa?
No, I will very soon. Very this year we are rounding up. It's just you are talking like just a few months from now. I'll be down there, bro. Down there, I have some 3 countries to pop in.
Yeah.
Everything has been said, so I just want to round up some stuff here.
Yeah. So Dr. Zata Boomski, how are you using AI?
Yeah. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
My brother from East Africa, Uganda, right?
Uganda.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Uganda, sir.
Me, I have one of my wives is in Uganda somewhere.
Bro, we have to come and we
What are
have
your
to come.
wives?
One of my areas I need to visit is that equator of a thing where the line cut across the equator in Uganda.
Hot photo.
Yes, is it the equator, right?
Yes, yes,
I
hot
thought
photo.
Equator.
Those are
I
in
Yes,
thought
Kampala.
Dakota is there around the Fort Poto. There's a district called Fort Poto.
Those are the areas. I think the same thing where equator. That's where the world is being divided.
Yes,
Yeah, the
that's
same
why
like
I want to divide
the
into
same
two.
like equator in South America, where you see everything. So in Uganda we have it. Those are the areas I must visit as well.
well, I
So
don't really quite understand. Like the latitude crosses the longitude.
yes, where the world divided, where you put water, it does not spin, just stand like that. That's where the
Yes,
world is being divided. The earth is being divided into two: the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere.
Wow. That's great. That's gonna be some great
You know,
things
those
for
are some
you.
of the things we used to hear. To me, I used to think that Jerusalem was a place not on earth. Most of these things we talk about northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere. I didn't know they were in around us.
For sure.
they are
Brothers,
real. Those are real.
So we have
eh,
little
uh,
information.
let me just say something here which I really appreciate about this group and this forum. Uh, the way we are going, I think this is the right way for Africa too, you know. If we can teach like this, or this can be get expanded like this, things can get expanded like this. Imagine how many people will grow based on just this skill right here. So this thing right here is really the way forward. University education is good, but this is the best education right here. Am I wrong?
No. You are right.
Right,
So
but
imagine how many people will gain from this.
mind
Huh?
you, only problem, the reality is this. If we have to take this structurally, the only problem would be curriculum. And you cannot really you cannot legalize it without the curriculum because the system needs you to always teach within their scope because they have, let me say, there is what we call a system for education which is administered, right?
Okay.
So yeah, so we can only do it like this. It's called public talking. So we can only expand the public talking to,
And
however,
this is
we do.
where we
No, I deny that. Let me tell you one thing, Bomsky. I think that
Tell,
idea you're bringing right now, that's the old style to me.
tell me about what you think.
What I think is like the old style is this, right? Before we used to go to what? Go to school, after school, find a career and begin, you know? It was slow, you know. It gotta take you a long time for you to reach the end,
Exactly.
you know. But you can
But you're
skip all that if you can get these ideas right here. Like for example, how to work
exactly
with AI, right? That's a simple thing right there, simple training scene. This training right here can help a lot of people just skip a lot of hassle, you know. And if you know,
So
like you're not on the beginner no more, you're not on the
can I come in? Can I
yeah,
come in here?
definitely, definitely. Sorry.
Okay. What I understand what both of you guys are saying, but this is I call it how the marketplace works. The marketplace need the document first before the practicals. That is where this my brother is talking about curriculum and you are talking about the practicals here. What we do, I think it is time for most of the social media company to create a space that they can be offering us certificate according to tests that must have gathered here because they have AI that have shifted a lot of the word and stuff like that. So that if you are coming from here, because that's why I tell people YouTube is the one of the highest university in the world. There's no university that can beat YouTube. But what they need is what? The certification. Those certificates. Because from those certificates, you can take it and say, okay, because what the marketplace need, or let me say where the job opportunity is, before they start asking about it, the talent, they must need the paperwork. That is the certificate who satisfy you. That's where the curriculum comes in. Before you go now to prove what you know. If it is all about proving, there are a lot of people that they will not get jobs. Because we know so many people that they know how to do something, but they don't have backup from those certifications because they believe that they don't have orientation from those particular sector that they're about to work. I will give you an example. You guys know about Honda, right? Honda vehicles.
Yeah.
Honda,
Yeah.
when Toyota launched recruitment, Honda went there. The CEO of Honda said, "My brother, I can do these things. Can you give me opportunity?" Toyota said, "My brother, we need your certification." That was where Soichiro Honda got angry and said, "No, I'm not going to continue this shit. Let me go and do it myself." He didn't have the certification, but he knows the work. Today, Honda and Toyota are competing. You see, what did they need in the marketplace? They need what? The certificate first before the practical aspect.
Well said, Big Don.
Yes,
So I like it when you talk because you always hit reality, you know, with what I would call our aspirations. You try to take our aspirations and then you give us a vivid comparison with reality. I mean, like my big brother was saying, it is very important to have education like this because it actually will drive a way forward. Actually, it will be easy to make a way forward. Now, vis-a-vis with or without certificate, the information in itself, what we give on this platform
It's
is
vast. It's very
highly
like it's not
valuable.
orientated. It's
Yes.
just everything. But now they
Yes.
need to say, okay, you
But
have
now,
a certificate from
sir,
this.
it's not just about the fact that it is everything. It's about the fact that from what I take, it's great minds speaking about these important things, which means that at the end of the day, when you take part, you come out with essential information, you know. So I really buy what my brother was saying about making taking it further and all that. It will be good. It will be great. But to fit it vis-a-vis our reality, we need to storm on that. We need to storm on that because no one
If
has
it's
all the
yes.
answers. We need to
So,
storm on that
so,
to see how
so,
it can be
um,
possible.
Bumsky and Dolonsko, I agree with both of you guys, and I know like school degree jobs, growth,
anybody who want to join, you can send
that's
your
one thing,
request.
right?
Anybody
But
want
the,
to join can send your request.
but the new system like we're talking about, right? Scale, output, income, and scale. That's what's coming to the wall. You can get like basically online certificate on anything now, right? If you
Yes.
check in, like for example, if you want to get like a certificate on electrical, you can go online and just take like 5 classes. You got the certificate, right? Like in America right here, they have a
Yeah.
curriculum that they teach through an apprenticeship. There's the electrical engineers that you guys need. You know what I mean? They teach them 5 years and they will come out and control the whole system after the 5 years of education. In that education system, and they also in that apprenticeship education, they are teaching you while you're working, you are earning, you are also like living a life. no matter what your condition is, you can still participate in that particular aspect. If you have your family, that doesn't stop you from education. You know what I mean? So if we skip like paying to learn, to pay for you to learn, it will bring like a huge opportunity. It will bring a middle class for us in our communities or in our region wherever we came from, you know?
I think us Africans were not even using the internet. Well, it is recently that most people they started traveling just across Africa and navigating within us and knowing what to do. Those were things that they were being hidden from us. We used to hear a lot of stories like that about Africa. There are a lot of things when I'm traveling across Africa, I'm just like, this is the thing these guys that have been telling us. Bro, African, we need to use this internet for our own advantage. Now, if you want to go to any country in Africa, get in touch with one or two people online, you discuss. It is easy for you to land there and you navigate one or two things. Okay, Bomsky said he's on the call. Bro, you said you are from which part of Africa? Mohammed?
Oh yeah, I'm from I'm Mohammed the Fulani from all over Africa. All over West Africa, my brother.
Oh,
So
you are
some
from West
of
Africa.
West Africa, yeah. Some of my parents are from Cameroon, some from Guinea, some Senegal. So my root is wide. It's the Fulani.
Latambala. Because I think Mohammed, I used to see Mohammed in Sierra Leone. So many Mohammed in Sierra Leone.
Yep, Mohammed. I was born in Sierra Leone originally, but my mom is from Guinea, and my dad's from origin Senegal. And his dad, when I check his background, like grandpa, they're from Cameroon. So I'm from everywhere around that area. So
Hey,
this is a
you
big
have
thing.
to try to. I'm sure you have to be visiting Africa and look where you have to establish one or two.
Well, definitely. I'm trying like right now. I'm trying to get a foundation in Guinea and Sierra Leone, starting from there and moving forward to the rest of the West Africa, and also try to. Basically, I'm trying to bring like a foundation for education and agriculture and irrigation system. You know, because I
Yeah,
see
yeah.
like we have land, we have vast land, but we have to find a way how to find water. You know.
I think the first thing is when you get a land from the land, then now it is easy for you to set the dream. Look at that land, like now
No, that
in Sierra Leone land they're a little bit cheaper and stuff like that.
I do have land around the areas. I have my parents have huge land out there. You know, like our village, we have lands, so that's not the problem. My main problem is like how to get the equipment because the system they have, we are outgrowing the system. That's why we having a lot of
How to get it?
migration. You know.
How, how to get equipment? You just have to look for one or two. You share the same dream. Your partner, everything you can bring it from China, stuff like that. You must learn to partner because if you want to go alone, it will take a long period, maybe 10, 15 years. But we come together, it is easy for you to navigate.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to get like a foundation. That way it will fast forward things a little bit. If you can get a fund from the foundation and go with education, I think it will fast forward a lot of stuff, you know. And if what we're doing is gonna propel where
But
we want to be.
sometimes I always believe people need to wait because when you start, it is easy to convince people, oh, this is what I can do, this is what I've started, stuff like that.
No,
You
I
have a
already
lot
started. I already started on that part.
in Sierra
Yeah, go
Leone.
ahead. I got one in Sierra Leone and got one in Guinea going on. We have like 300 cattle in Sierra Leone right now.
Oh, where in Sierra Leone?
We have them in Mabroka area.
Mabroka. I've been to Sierra Leone. Oh,
Okay, in the
in
suburb area.
Liberia, most of those area.
And
I know.
I'm trying right now to do a logistic on because I find out like there'll be like an inbreed on goat, and I find out like with my model that I have, if we
I have
use
guys
goat,
in Sierra Leone that are into goat, very powerful. Dangtata at Poloko, I visited. Very,
okay,
from Senegal, from other African countries, even from Europe. He's into gold. Dan Tata from Poloko. If you get in touch with him, he can tell
I
you.
mean, I haven't heard from him because I got like my team out there that's working on the goat thing. And we were looking even to get like the Boa goat and
Even
Sierra goat.
even Minister Omar Bangura, his wife into goat farming, and I visited his farm as well. There's all type of special goat there.
Yeah, that what are you saying right now, bro? Let me tell you one thing.
Somewhere at
All
Machaka.
these guys, they just talk, man. There's no reality. When it comes to reality, to show you a picture or proof, or when it comes to
I have
reality,
been there. I visited with all them. I do documentary. If you look, I'm into agriculture. I did documentary with most of those guys, even with their
already.
president. You were Mother Bill. I've been to his farm, and Mayamba. The Omar Bangoda I'm talking is the minister of youth affairs at Mashaka as well. I've been to his farm. I did a lot of documentary there. So there are
I
no
have
story.
not touched myself too
All these
much,
guys have been there.
but I can find
Most of
out.
those African countries. I've been there.
Okay, okay, that's good. That's good. That's a good news for me, because that's really
So
where
when
I'm trying to get into.
I'm not telling like there are videos. I have done documentaries there with most of these guys I'm talking about. Even
Oh,
in
yeah?
Liberia, I have met most of this African country I'm talking here. I've been there.
Okay. What's the main? Let me just try to step out of topic for a minute and ask you a question. What's the main what's the main problem you found out there?
In Africa.
Yes.
Is it in
In
Africa or
in
from this
Africa,
country?
in Africa in general, what did you find out? What's the main problem? Let's not
One
look
thing.
at that. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Africans we consume foreign product a lot. I'll give you an example. Do you know that in Sierra Leone, 99% of their eggs come from China? And do you know how long it takes to be in the sea from China to Sierra Leone?
No.
So if you put a factory there for eggs, bro, leave it, you make it. One common problem in Africa again, power. Almost there's no country in Africa will tell you they can have 2 weeks steady electricity. I don't know. Difficult.
And we got the easiest way to get power, though. That's my own main thinking. We got the easiest stuff for power in Africa.
As
Like Sierra
easy.
Leone right there, I just look at it. If I look at the map, I can see. I can even put you like a guma, like a
Can
water
I tell you
a water
something?
plant right there
Can I tell you something?
that
Sierra
can
Leone,
supply the entire country.
not
So
the whole
small.
country in Sierra Leone, the whole country, each quarter will have light for 3 hours a day. This one have light 3 hours, this one have light 3 hours, this one have light 3 hours. That is why that is one of the highest countries in Africa that has gone into solar. For
Okay.
fact. They are my people. That's my second home. Most of those African countries, I always consider them. I'm from Cameroon, but I consider them, most of them, they are my second home.
Okay. So that's the biggest issue, like electricity and
One of
all
them.
that.
Yes.
Yes. Like that's my main thing now. That's why I'm trying to step in. I'm trying to step in that area, basically, like what I told you right now, right? Agriculture and infrastructure.
You know,
Because
there are 4 industries in the world that you must find yourself, even though you are wasting your time. The medicals, agriculture, tech, and power. Finish.
okay.
So you must find yourself.
Yeah, we are building on that. Like when it comes to my own versatility, I'm more versatile on the electricity and the building structural
You
design
know, it is
and
easy for
construction.
most of you guys abroad to make things work if you understand how the system works. In any country, they have their own unique system how it works.
Okay.
So if you understand it, like for you to before you talk anything, you have to acquire land. For you to acquire land, it will be easier than somebody being back home, because here it is easy for you to connect people, bring one, two, or three people together. You just look at vast land, you put it out there, and
Okay.
you have that leverage like coming from abroad, because that's what people encourage rather than people back home. Back home we have this mindset of I want to do it alone, I want to do it. But people like other we have come abroad, we have seen the reason that we have to come together with partner.
Yes, that's it. You have to have people. It's just the
Yes.
numbers. Numbers
Just
matters.
bring 10 you can just bring 10 people to 2,000 or $2,500. Just go there. The type of land you are going to buy, they're not going to believe. And people will be willing, because when you put a structure and they understand what they're doing, people will be willing to work than somebody who is down there.
Hmm. Okay. That's a good way to start. Like that's a good knowledge to acquire from you right there. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And I've been looking into a foundation basically, like I told you earlier, right? I'm in the union, which is
In as much, because I always tell people, in as much as you are looking to foundation,
mhm.
after that foundation, what next? Make sure you guys should have people that come together. You have a short and long term dream. You guys come together. You should be intentional. Five of you guys, how much do we need? 5,000. Five of you guys, how much do we need? 10,000. You come together with any amount. First of all, you put it down there. This is the basic of what we want. You acquire land, put it out there. Now, when you are looking for funding, the land is there. We already have a land. This is what we need to do. This is what we want to do. And when you put it like that, it is easy to go. Then okay, you want to start land. People like, if you don't start and push it to a
No,
particular level,
I got like a 50-hectare land in Guinea. We got like 30-acre land in Sierra Leone,
okay.
and in between villages, like we got like a rental, like a lease between 5 villages that we're raising our cows. And this is two of us or three of us numbers wise. But it's huge, like I told you, right? But we have to get a foundation now, or we have to have people to help us mitigate this, like with the stuff that we need, like the quality, the material, the like I told you, equipment. We need equipment for sure. Because I see like if I invest in Africa right now, if I go there, just visualize the place. And because I already got all the equipment that we need. I got the list right now. You understand, right? I did a little logic and study about agriculture, and I see what they really doing out there and what they need. They need
Okay.
machines.
Okay. Mohammed,
Because
1 minute. Let me somebody want to do something. Let me assist. Because if I don't answer, okay, man.
well, when we talk about AI is really important, like everybody say. But time is going. Like I know, like a lot of us are already like in the in their midnight almost. Like for us, we are almost closing to midnight right now. So I can say another thing like where Africa can fit into the still building infrastructure full of real world problems that need solving. But like the reality, what exact scale will survive AI? What exact scale can survive the AI? University are slow because they focus on theory first. Delay application, fixed timeline 4 years no matter what. No guarantee of income. Our system must be opposite. It will be action, scale, income, and mastery. Learn, do, and teach and scale. That's will be our new motto. That's the loop that we're gonna go through. Learn, do, and teach, scale. Because if we can do that, learn just enough. We learn just enough. Do real task. We do the real task, and even smaller. It don't matter how much. Reinforce the mastery. That's the teaching, right? Teach the other people how to go through the same process. Scale. Repeat with others, like repetition with other people's. If you got the right education and the right knowledge, and you repeat with a lot of people, and you got them to do the same thing, will eradicate a lot of the problem that we have. We need to learn safety, because that's the fundamental for every country or for every system for them to improve a lot. Safety, basic tools, core concept, like the core concept, only what we need. Not to read like go. I find out like if you go like when I used to go to school back in the days, you go in class, they give you a lot of stuff that you don't even need. Most of them you don't even need them. When it comes to reality, I can't use none of that stuff. That's my phase two. Phase three, then small responsibility. Output tied to money. Whatever output, it's got a tie to money. Team based work, like a lot of people team up, like what my brother was talking about. This is where confidence built. We gotta specialize. For example, electrical, solar, agriculture, livestock, water system, equipment operation. Now we become valuable. Then we ready for the phase five leadership. Replication, train others, manage small teams. Run project. This is where scaling happen.
You said first phase 5?
That's our phase. Yeah, phase five leadership. We go to replication. Training others, managing small teams. Run projects. You understand? When you come to your design on the curriculum, simple rules, can be used immediately. Only teach things that can be used immediately. You teach only what can be used immediately. Solve a real problem, can generate income. We remove all the long theory blocks, all the unused topic, like abstract exams, all that stuff. We remove it out.
Oh, Nicole, welcome.
Hello. Good morning. Thanks, Kev.
We
Yes,
need a
good
training
morning.
environment also. Hey, how you doing, Nicole?
Oh, hello. I'm good, thank you. How are you doing?
Doing great.
I was listening. I agreed to an extent regarding what you said.
All right. Like the training environment is critical. This is where
Mm.
university fails.
I
Real work
think.
environment, real tools, real consequence. Example: live farm, active job site, running system, solar, water system, etc. Like whatever can run for us. You grab it by the little, by the small.
Mm. I don't disagree fully. I think that a lot of time is wasted within the educational system, in a lot of different countries. I'm not sure if you're specified. I'm not sure if it's Yeah, sorry. Can only think about the UK because that's where I am. But there's a lot of time wasted, particularly in primary school where trades aren't taught and we are kind of fed useless information, but it is done intentionally so that we are enabled to conform and go through the system. I'd say that sometimes you do need to learn the background behind certain things as well. But I do think there should be a focus on what's necessary, like financial literacy, for example. Being able to pick a trade and get skilled at the end, as opposed to just having a piece of paper that says you did well in this exam that might not be relevant to what you end up doing. So I agree with what your overall concept. I'm just going to be on here briefly, however, just because it's the morning for me.
Yeah, so Nicole, isn't the UK set up in such a way where you actually get to choose whether you want to go the apprenticeship and let's call it business route versus university?
You can, at the age of, so at the end of secondary school, you can choose to either do, I wouldn't say you can choose, yeah. At the end of secondary school, you're 16. So they have primary education and secondary education. And when you're 16, after you finish your GCSEs, you do have the option to either do an apprenticeship, go to university, or do nothing effectively. I would say that the system is still designed, however, for you to mainly go to university, but I think people are
Correct.
changing their
Correct.
views now.
That's right, Nicole. Like the system is built for you to go to university. And even
Definitely.
here, everywhere else, that's how the systems are built for. You have to go after you finish your secondary education or your high level education. You have to go through university for you to become somebody. 4 years of university too, right?
And
If I'm
depth. Yeah.
so basically, if we skip that, like we in Africa, we got smart people, we got young generation coming up, we got the youngest generation in the world right now. Over here, the people are getting old. Like UK, for an example, most of their people didn't have that many kids, and it's affecting them a lot because they're stepping down a lot. All the expat is leaving the job site or the main works, where the middle class is shrinking down. Look at it, Germany. Germany, same thing. The middle class is shrinking down. US right here, that's why you see this mass people coming in. It's because the old people are more than the young people. They don't have that many people in the trade now. Like all the people in the trade, you can look in the job site, you see like 30 people who are really like older, like 50 plus. And you see like 10 guys who are like 20 or 15 or 18, 19, 20. 45, you see like maximum, like a lot of other people, 45, 35, that range. So that's telling you like our generation, we don't have that much young people no more. We have to upscale.
It's a big
So
concern.
so we have that. So if we push that drugs that they take into Africa and push all that misleading stuff that they take into us, and we focus on development and teaching the real work and real tax stuff that we need, I'm gonna tell you one thing: we will be unstoppable. Because we got the most fertile land, we got everything fertile, we got the stuff that we need.
You
If you
do.
had if you had little knowledge, like trade knowledge, for example, electrician come in there, the plumbing come in there. Let's go like let's come with the mechanical come in there, mechanics come in there. Bro, we are in the verge of making big, huge difference too.
So I think the problem is the mindset of the people. And because they've been used to assimilating to the idea of education being the priority, it will be difficult to change a general consensus. And I think that's been designed intentionally for you guys.
Yeah, so we can hit like all the big people that are around, like the main higher up people. It's possible for them to hit like the university first. Hey, let's bring on some tech school inside the university, or bring some like apprenticeship inside the university or colleges. That way you don't go there just for a career degree. You
I
go there
think
for
that
like
could be done before university, to be honest. Like the
it
basic
could be it,
skills.
it could
If
be,
you
but
look,
if
Mhm.
But
Sorry.
if they skip it, we don't have it. There's an institution already that are teaching. We can just sub it in there, inside the institution that's already there,
Yeah,
and
that's
bring
true. But
knowledge,
even school
bring the
before that.
higher up knowledge, like to the standard of the US or to the standard of the UK.
But I
It's
don't know if the
possible.
standard of the UK is actually better. It's just an illusion that it's better. And it's been
It's
designed for
just
you to think that too, to be
Mhm.
honest.
Sorry, I'm just saying, I'm bringing that up for one reason. You know why? Because when you say it's the standard of this, everybody, all the scholars will take it as high top. They rank it at the best.
Because it's the mindset that needs to be
That's what I'm
changed.
saying. Exactly. So to change their mindset, you have to come to their mind. You gotta be level with them first, right?
I suppose.
I have to come up to your own level for me to able to talk to you, to able to switch you off a little bit or switch you around. But we
But I
have to
think
talk the same
it's
thing.
partially the problem, because the problem is that we idolize places. Actually, like in terms of just being educated, I know within Jamaica, and I've heard from within African countries as well, that you're actually a lot further ahead within your schooling system, but it's just not as recognized. And I suppose that's why the mindset exists, because they believe that there's power in the education elsewhere. And so they strive to go elsewhere to get a better living, so they think, right? So it's quite individualistic. But I think the general consensus needs to change dramatically. And I actually think it needs to be programmed into the children so that they are aware of the power that they have as a people. And I think, I don't know, I just think with most movements, when you aim to start them, it should be from young, so that even if it doesn't hit your generation, it hits the youth and they grow up with a different mindset, and then eventually things will change. I just think waiting all the way into university may be flawed to an extent, even though it's better than nothing.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with you. And but that's my own way of seeing things. I'm trying to get a way how to get this thing started, but that's my method. I'm trying
Yeah,
to
it's
get
a good method.
things going, but it's difficult to start anything over there. Like even this Starlink, when it comes to internet, there's a way we can have like a free internet in Africa in most areas. You know, the most suburb area, if you put a Starlink on, it will work. It will operate automatically. If you add some few other Wi-Fi distributors, you can distribute Wi-Fi for over 200 people, or like for 5 kilogram or 6 kilogram in a suburb area with just Starlink. You understand that? So that knowledge is there. We all can teach ourselves that knowledge and spread it. So no place on earth should be without internet no more.
Yeah, I agree with that. Where are you based, if you don't mind me asking?
Huh?
Where are you based, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, I'm based in Silicon Valley, California.
Okay. You know, sometimes hearing these conversations, it's beautiful because it's good to be reminded that people have like positive mindset and they're trying to make change. And sometimes it can be quite disheartening because there's a lot to be done, but it's not impossible.
A lot, which one individual cannot do. Like it's gonna take like
A
a
collective.
collective individual, a group of people with the same mindset. It is different in some perspective, but it should work the same way. Like you should aim for the same goal, basically. But I gotta let you guys go. I gotta say ciao and good
I
night
have
to
to do the
everybody. Man.
same. Oh, it was nice to meet you, Mohammed.
Nice meeting you, Nicole. You have a good one.
You
Mohammed,
too.
let's definitely connect.
Yeah,
It was
follow
really
too.
We
good.
are always here. We are always here throughout. Anybody want to come off, to come off. We are always here. Madame
Hello.
Nicole, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm about to go and get ready, but you're doing a live?
Me?
I thought that's what you said, sorry.
Oh no, he's saying that Anyiqueen's live is here all the time, every day.
Yes.
Live,
This
yeah.
way we come and learn here.
It's true. It's true. It's just the timing for me, to be honest.
You know, the time is because you want to balance everybody. Those from Africa that they can connect, and in America it's always late and stuff like that.
Yeah. You know, which is good. It works very well for your cause to come on the
Yeah.
times that
So
she
if we
does.
cannot try to connect like that,
But yeah, even I must leave. Thanks, Kev, for inviting me up. Don, it was nice to speak to you as well. I will take my leave, and I hope you guys have a lovely day once you wake up.
Absolutely. Thank you, Nicole. I hope you're ready for the 100 squat challenge coming up next Wednesday.
I'm ready. My body is ready. I want to be the Coca-Cola bottle and not the can. So I'll speak to you on the first. All right, take care, everyone.
All right, good. Take care.
okay,
Thank you.
bye.
Bye.
Don
Kev Connect,
Loco.
my brother, you have a lot that you are sharing, and just that I've been busy this time, that I've not been able to come and assist. But believe me,
Turn right, then
I
turn
will
left.
come.
No, I understand. So, did you see the message on WhatsApp?
Oh, what? You send me a message on WhatsApp.
No, I sent on the channel, on the base channel, the base La Base, the channel.
I will check. Oh, maybe I didn't see.
Yes, go check, go check, go check.
Turn left, then
Yes, for those of you that have not connected, let's connect.
Is it?
I
No,
need to add you to the
you could
green
no.
app.
You said to join the group base, nah. I already joined the platform base. Is it Basse or something like that?
turn left.
Base, yeah.
Yes, I already
No, not
joined.
on TikTok. So I'm moving out of TikTok. I'm moving to a different platform.
Yeah. That's how I see most companies. That's what you need to do, because now you need to have this.
In
What
200 meters, turn
I
right.
told Anyiqueen, she have to be doing what they call data management. Anybody that's come here, you must learn to gather the data so that from there you can move them, and so that should in case have something to offer, it is easy for you to know those that are ready.
Turn right.
That's what I told her.
Love me day.
That's my G, bro.
Yeah, so
Kofi
let me day. Text me, DM me your number, bro.
Olamide. Olamide from Nigeria. What's up, bro?
Yeah, Don. So we're making some progress.
No, we have to, now, first of all, you try to navigate so that if you have a project, it is easy to have somebody here, have somebody here, have somebody here. Bam. So,
Hello, good morning.
what's up, bro?
Hey, morning, brother.
Adeo, how's been your day?
Nothing bad.
Is there something coming up? Like I'm seeing AI Wednesday, join the AI training workshop and the improve your skill for the digital age. What's going on?
Yeah, so that was every Wednesday
You
we
want to
talk about AI.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that's great. That's great.
Yeah, and it's 2 a.m. on this side.
Okay.
So everybody on the US side is asleep.
Wow.
your own project that you think that you can be teaching people that you have a day, you can also make us to know so that they will contribute to you. You come
Okay.
and
Okay. That's great. That's great. Digital skill is very crucial now. Even me myself, if I can get a kind of stability, I'm gonna learn either cyber security or any like maybe UI US anything like I should just want to
we
learn.
have to teach our people. You
Yeah,
can do a day.
and there is this thing, bro Crev, can you hear me?
Yeah.
There is this thing that is going on. I don't know, you guys know about it. There are friends of I have a lot of friends in UK and some in US. They open it for people in Africa. People in Africa, except I think South Africa is the only country that can open. They call it Outlier. Do you guys know about it? Outlier AI. So if you have to have a skill. If you are very good in all these step skills, there's always job for you there. And if you can, there's another project for generalists. They call it ETA project. Like I did it, but I failed the on-body pass. I failed the on-body test. And in a week, people are making a lot of money. Like if you have people over there, you can open it for people here in Africa, and they'll be making money like not less than 1K per week. But they have to have a skill. Like they have to understand what they are doing.
Yeah, I am aware of it. It's like a remote work, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, where like subject matter experts, like if you really know your your area, and you can AI, like the company leverages your knowledge to train the AI.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and it pays pretty well. It pays very
It,
well.
but see, I have a guy, like I have someone in my group because I have a group where we talk about all this, all this. We have it's not just Outlier, we have Handshake, we have Aligner, we have Minddrift. So but Outlier is much more like professional. Like
Hmm.
you
Yeah, you have
have
to
to know
actually
what you're
pass
doing
tests. You
before.
have to take a test, and you have to pass the test
I feel
first.
like two people have opened the account for me in US. I failed the task twice.
Mm.
Like that's why I just like, and somebody was telling me like he's gonna do the whole stuff for me. Like I'm gonna learn this thing. Like you're gonna make not less than if you are, just imagine as an African you are earning 1K, 1.5 every week. You are a millionaire already. So that's one of the things that if you're there is something that it doesn't, and it's not gonna take the whole of your day. You can just spend like 5 hours or 3 hours, and you make it something.
Yeah, it's
But
better
the
than
but the stuff is tasked. The money is gonna be tasked.
hmm. No, that's
I'm
a
gonna
good
send my
one.
number,
About that,
sir.
I would like to know more about that.
What do you say?
1.
I would like to know more about that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. If you have people in abroad, if you have a friend or some, it has to be someone you trust because the money is gonna be going to the person account. So if you have someone you trust, you just help you to open this stuff, and you'll be making money on it. You'll be making money on it. If you can't do the task, you can athlete it to they call it tester, the people that's gonna be working on it. So you're just gonna be working on percentage. The person working on it might be collecting maybe 30%. The person who owns the account, because that account is going to be tasked. Do you understand? The account is going to be taxed. That person will be taking like 30%, and you will be like taking like 30 or 40%, depending on. So you can learn it too. So when you learn it, so you just take the account and be working on it.
How is it called?
What is it?
I just sent you the link, Don, on Green App.
Okay, I will check it, man. If
Outlier AI.
Mm-hmm.
So
Alahia.
if you are good in biology, if you are good in biology, there are work that pays like 60 dollars per hour, and you have on Outlier you can work like 10 to 12 hours a day. So if you are good in biology, if you are like you are very not just good, you have to be very good because it's gonna take you. You're gonna put your CV. So there's a way you make your CV that you're gonna make it more professional, not just like you must have like colored degree. Do you understand? Do you understand? But there's a way you can make that your CV to be very palatable. Do you understand? So when you put your CV, they're gonna make an assessment for you where you're gonna show your face. So the person that really want to open the account for you must know what he's doing. Like I have my two cousins in Ireland. They make the two account it's just like you speaking. Actually, maybe because of maybe they are speaking Irish English, they are not able to pass it because the stuff is so simple. The first test for generalist is so simple. This guy failed it. So they're gonna test you if you pass. That's what a lot of people are doing now.
Yeah. No, it's a good opportunity to do remote work, and especially for somebody that right spent the time to develop themselves and understand the area. It really is a good way to make some good money.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
For people like also like to
La-
also
last
like
year, last year on Survey platform, I made nothing less than 1.5 in the whole of last year. Like I made something like 1.6, or if I calculated the whole stuff I've been working on, I made nothing less than, because on there's an app they call Top Survey. I
Hmm.
made like I made like 1.3 on my main account, and I made like 300 and something on my main account on another account. That is like 1.5, and some little stuff that I did. And I'm not. And if you are working, if I'm doing a literal job, do you understand? There's no way I'm gonna be making that.
Yeah, that stuff take time though.
Honestly, they pay by the money is so little,
Yeah.
but this one this the money is so little. Oh, thank you, Jesus.
That one you have to read.
But this one is the top survey. All those top survey, they are so simple. It's just like if you I create a demographics as a person living in US, in California. So I
Mm,
know I know everything, and ChatGPT is good. You understand? ChatGPT has to be your friend if you are doing all this AI stuff. So I make the demographics like I have two kids, because they're gonna be asking me like, do I have dependents? They can give me a survey of a key of like, I have a 14 years old kid. Like they might be asking me question on their day-to-day activities, like how do I raise them, all those stuff like that. So you just use, like I just create, like I know US bank, they can make a survey for me about bank in US, because my demographics, I'm using Prosy to work. My demographics is in US. So they might make a survey for me about hospital, like how the healthcare system is just different. You understand? So you just have to, know what is going on in that place. And they might even make a survey for me about election, the last election that Trump won. So it's just like you just have to, know what is going on in that place, and you know how to use your ChatGPT. So that's just it.
yeah, so are you using ChatGPT, huh?
Yes, I use ChatGPT to answer most of the question that I don't have answer.
Yeah,
That is tough for me.
how else do you use AI?
What is it?
How else do you use AI?
I use it almost every day. I use it almost every day. I use it almost every day. I use it to do everything I'm doing on the survey. But ChatGPT cannot work unless you are using. If you have, we have ChatGPT, we have Claude AI. So ChatGPT cannot work for all these AI training, like all these what's it called? All these outlier, because outlier is just like you are schooling. Let me use the word schooling. All this ChatGPT, before they make ChatGPT, it's in the process of a lot of people are working on it. So they are the same thing. So if you use any word from this generated stuff, is going to detect, and all your work, they're gonna ban your account. So
Mm-hmm.
if you know how to use Claude AI, there's a way you can humanize every word. And when they write to you, just like you are in the exam hall and someone is giving you answer, and you are writing the same thing as as that person, the person that's going to mark this as like this is going to just cancel it. So when ChatGPT or any AI stuff give you a prompt, There is a way. Firstly, there is an app that can humanize it, and even if they humanize it, if there is a way you can just change some words and make it yours and put it there, so it's going to work. But if you you copy and paste, that is off. That is off.
No, that's good. That's good. That's good.
But the only thing that me I'm seeing in that all is, if you are not good, because there is a place in the onboarding assessment where you're gonna show your face, and if it feels like there's actually an app that you can download on your system. So when you are speaking, the app is gonna be giving you the answer. You just be speaking it out. Do you understand? It's just like they use it for interview. Do you understand? Like if they ask something, I forgot the name of the app, but it's if it shows like you are reading something, it's not gonna work.
Very true.
It's not gonna work.
Very true. And tell me more about where is the energy or the passion coming from when you say that you want to maybe dive into the world of cybersecurity? Is that just from a financial side, or are you actually interested in kind of the technical side too of it?
I would say it is in two me, I'm just looking at it in futuristic, and also, you know, like I'm in a place like the reason why I like tech job, even though I'm not really fully in it, all this thing I'm doing really makes me, because it gives you opportunity. Do you understand? I would say because you are not really like, I don't need to look for a job here and there. Do you understand? There's already opportunity in this space. I can connect to someone anywhere all over the world. Like someone 3 days ago, is it on Sunday, was asking me, the person is living in the States, was like, what skills do I have? And literally, I only have my brain. I don't have any skill for tech. I was like, so the person was like, if I have a skill now, there's a way it can actually make something up for me. You understand? And I literally tell the person I'm gonna work on it. So to me, it's like when you have the test skills like civic security. I'm not just looking at cyber security. There is a lot of digital skills that I can learn. That is even, that cyber security is very, but me, I just like, because it is complex. It's, a lot of people are not going for it. So it's gonna reduce the competition. That is why I want to go for cybersecurity. Like, a lot of people are not going for it. They are like going for all these UI, even UI US. They're not going for it. They are just going for all this content, all this stuff. But when you talk about, so it's the competition is so low, so which gives you, like, if four of us have an opportunity, four of us is gonna get it. Not just like all this lower stuff. Like 100 people are just going for four spot. Do you understand? So financial too is there, but because of the availability of opportunity that is in this space, so I love it. That's why I'm going for it.
No, that's good. And you're absolutely right. That cybersecurity side, it's something that is very hot, very, very hot. And it's complex and it's only getting more complex. And a lot of people are not going that direction, but it's very needed, especially as the AI, the agents that are having more and more access to our personal information, to all the information. It's very important that we have that security side, and it's there's not enough people going there.
Yeah, yeah. Like maybe 3 years ago, I had an opportunity, but me, I was just like, I had a job that I was doing then, so it doesn't even give me like I'm going to be needing all this. Someone was, I have a friend, I have someone that was befriended, and she was literally on my neck, like I should go for. I was like I don't have the time, but now I'm seeing that, like, even like here in Nigeria, there are a lot of bank jobs that all this AI is really taking over, like, and it is reducing the like it is reducing job, like it is reducing job. So, and then in maybe I don't know if Africa grow in the next 30, 20 years, or let me just say 10. I'm gonna still be active for like 30 years in job sector. Like, if African grow, like, a lot of people not gonna have a job anymore. Just like, so some job is something that you can just do on your system. You don't need to go anywhere. So it's something that it is very, very important that everybody, like, if you are young and you can read, and you don't even need to go to school for a lot of things anymore. There's a lot of things you can get online, YouTube course. There's a lot of things that you can get, and even me, what I'm planning is this: like, if I just want to get the financial side of my life very stable, then go to be an apprentice with someone, you understand, that is in it. I'm gonna sit with the person, then learn, because I will be, but I want to get my this financial aspect. If that place is serious, you understand, that is where I'm going, like, for the next 2 years or 1 year. I know 6 months, the duration is 6 months, but I'm gonna give myself 1 year, because I have to be good in it. And once I'm good in it, I'm gonna be hot cake. I'm going to be hot cake. That's it.
Yeah, and it's very early. It's very early still. We don't know. Like, we haven't seen. You know how in the early days of the internet, you know, TikTok is a mature version of MySpace. It's
Yes.
a product. It's an internet product that came way later. You know, we haven't seen the offsprings of the products and technology that will come from AI. Really, this is very, very, very
Mm,
early, and so I encourage you to really, to dive in, and take your
absolutely.
time to really learn it the right way. Still early.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
Absolutely. A lot of young guys are really on it here. I won't lie. In Nigeria, a lot of people are just like, oh, and they're not gonna. The only thing is that you have your time. Like, you're not going to be doing 9 to 5. You are just in your house, take your order, eat, and be doing job, and you are getting times 20 of what normal guys are doing. That's the miracle of this thing. You are getting and your work is weekly, not monthly like them. And you are getting what they're gonna work for like 10 years. You are getting it in a month, in a 2 month. Basically, I have a lady in Abuja. She's working for, is it the country, maybe Finland or Europe? Finland. I think she's working with a Finland company, and she's living like she's earning nothing less than, like, what I don't know, but what she was earning was in USD. Like, what she was earning was, like, when they were like, they are just, it is just guess, but our friend was like massive, and she's here in Nigeria. Nobody even know maybe she's working. So that's lifestyle. Me, I really want that.
No, that's good. That's good.
Good
Tilly,
morning to
welcome.
all. Thank you. Seems I missed a lot today. Mr. Don,
Yes.
Olamide, and Kev, good morning.
Good morning.
Good,
Good
good morning,
morning.
sis.
Oh my God, I'm late. Today I'm late. Yeah, I love the topic. It's something I really want to venture into or to learn how to use AI in a lot of things. I'm a teacher, and the little I know, it's helping, it's facilitating my process, preparing lessons and reaching out. But I want to know more. I'm so curious to know more, but I don't know how to go about it. Like I put in the comment section, Kev, I want to come out with with a book for kids and as well a training manual for what I do. So I want you to throw more light on the LM book notebook LM that you talked about, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so Notebook LM is a Google product. So it's free. I don't know which AI are you using primarily? Is it ChatGPT or Gemini or
Yes, I use all of the ones you mentioned, ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude. I recently downloaded Croc, so I'm still getting used to. I don't know much about it,
okay.
but yeah. And I want to do something interactive, like interactive with very good pictures, things that are for children, you know, so it can really catch their attention. So I always don't have a problem of getting the right prompt to put in and where to generate those things.
Yeah, so AI is all you need. So you can actually use AI to learn AI. You can use AI to learn how to prompt. And what I typically do is I ask AI to give me the prompt that I need. So what I typically do is, how you could do speech to text. You go in, and when I have an idea, let's say I wanted to write that book. For me, the first thing I would do is go into one of the AI systems, whether it's GPT or Gemini. I've been using Gemini primarily recently because Nano Banana is one of the best image generation engine, and that's Google space. And so Gemini is there. And so what I do, I I put in the speech to text, and I just talk about my whole idea, right? I just, no structure, no structure at all. I just speak. I just talk to it like I was on the walk and I'm just talking, right? I give all the context, and then I ask the AI to structure it, right? To give me a structure for that book, and then I kind of go back and forth with ideas, and then I ask it to give me the best prompt to start generating uh images, right? And so if you think of yourself as a project manager, or just a manager in general, you think about how you would structure that project. If the project of writing that book, think about, how would you, if you were to hire somebody to do the job for you, how would you give them guidance in doing the job, right? And so breaking up the task in writing the book, and first you have to come up with the okay, how big is the book gonna be, right? How many chapters? Like, what are you thinking for the chapters? And getting all of that outline in place is the first thing. And then you can start now working on one chapter at a time. And you could ask the AI to then give you the prompt for each of the sections, and give you the prompt for even the images. And then you can start tweaking the prompt that way. But the AI will give you everything that you need in that way. So that's for, process to write the book. So Notebook LM is a fantastic tool for research, and also generating like PowerPoint, or even voice, kind of podcast style, or ebooks even. You could use Notebook LM to generate voice that way. And what it is, think about all of the AI's capabilities in one place. When you think about the AI capabilities, you think of being able to do research, right? To be able to talk to it, to be able to generate images. You can also generate images in there, but everything is in one place. And it also does research for you. So if you had the idea of, I don't know what your topic or your book is, and you say you're a teacher, let's say you had a new topic that you wanted to dive into, you go in there and you could tell it to go find websites for you, and you'll see how it does a quick research and it finds a lot of websites. Or you could bring in your own documents. So if you already have PDFs, if you already have websites that you already know the information that you need is in there, you could bring it inside Notebook LM, and then you can start having the conversation, and it will have context of all of the websites, all of the documents that you feed into it, uh, all the way to the point where you can now start generating the digital assets, right? You could generate, like I mentioned, you can even do a like mind mapping. You know, if you're familiar with mind mapping, um,
Mhm.
you can do that. You could do that inside that system. It's very, very powerful. It's a learning tool. You can use it to study. If there's a topic that you want to study and you want to dive deeper into that, you could use that. You know, and then what's very powerful about it, that the fact that it's inside of a Google ecosystem, is that when you use Gemini, you can pull, you know how you can attach a document or attach a photo before you prompt. You can attach, you can link, you could tell the Gemini to pull information from your notebook LM, and you can have, you know, you could chat like you do with ChatGPT, uh, with Gemini, with the context of all of the research that you did inside of Notebook LM, and you could use Gemini that way. So, very, very powerful tool to take a look at.
Wow, thank you so much, Kev. Thank you. I'm jotting down everything. I'm definitely going to work on that. I actually use Gemini, Claude, and the others. But for the Notebook LM, I think it's new to me, and I'm going to dive into it to see how it goes.
Very good,
Now, my
very
next
good.
question is there a limit for Gemini? Is there a limit to that? Like, you get to a point, they tell you you've used your free version, you need to pay, you need to subscribe, all of that. So I don't know how to.
So there is what there's I know there's a free tier, and there's levels to the quality, or because the best one is Gemini 3.1 Pro. That one, I believe you can access it at a limited rate on the free tier. So you get only a few number of prompts for that one. But then you can still use the smaller model for a lot more. I don't know, because I pay for my subscription, uh, and I get a lot. Right, it's like it's $20 a month, and I would encourage, if you can, if you have the capacity to invest. It's night and day. The free version is the smaller models, versus when you pay, you get access to to the larger models, the which is a lot more powerful. But the free one, I believe you do have more in free
Olamide,
Gemini
please
than
can
you
you
do
mute?
in ChatGPT, for example, or Claude.
Thank you. Oh, okay. So when you talk of $20 a month, is it like just for Gemini only or for all the apps? So do you have to do you subscribe in all of them? Or maybe just one main one that you can use often?
Yeah, so it's just for me, I do have multiple because this is my field, and so I do
Okay.
invest. It is an investment in the different AIs, and so I do invest, and I do have subscriptions in the different ones. But for somebody, if you're just starting out, I would say go for Gemini because you already use what you use Gmail. I'm sure you have Google Drive,
Mm-hmm.
uh, Google Docs, Google Sheets. So when you get that that Gemini Pro subscription, you can use that AI across all of the Google ecosystem. And so if there is one, I would say go do that one because you also get Google VO3, which you could generate videos off of that. And now they've recently released one where you can also create music off of Google now. So there's a lot of applications that you can leverage with that one subscription with Google.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Then, apart from Canva that generates flyers, which other AI tool can really bring out flyers and yeah, flyers for you?
Yeah, so all of them have some capability to generate images. So for example, ChatGPT has you could generate, from ChatGPT images. Grok has also a really good image generation, and Grok also has a free tier that you could use, and the really good image generation and even the video is coming out really really good on Grok too. Um, and there's tools like, I don't know how deep you want to go in it and investments, but Higgs Field is one where it has all of the image generation models in there, all of the video, all in one place.
What's
So
that, please? I didn't get the name. Can you just drop it down so I put it down?
yeah, so that one is one that is, you have to pay. I think it's Higgs, yeah, Higgs Field. But that one is one where it's a full you have access to all of the image and video tools all in one place. But you do have some AI credits that you get for free when you sign up. You could use that to kind of test it around. It will feel overwhelming at first, but it's one of those things, right? That TikTok is overwhelming when you first start, but the more you use it, you get familiar. So all of these tools are the same way to some extent. But in terms of like flyers, Nano Banana is the image generation AI from Google, and it is top class. It is the best, and so that's why I encourage everybody to start with the Google ecosystem and just learn. Google has all of the tools. There's also Pomeli, and I'll drop it in there as well. That's also with Google, and it's free, and it's a place where you could go and take your website and copy paste the link to your website inside that one, and it will pull all of your brand and it can help you do a marketing campaign, right? So it registers your brand, it registers your colors, your tones, your images, and then you can start generating uh, media assets, media photo images to match your brand all in one place. So that one is
The last one, please. The last one, we didn't get the name. After Nano Banana, you talked of another one.
yeah, it's Pomeli. Let me put it. It's also in the Google ecosystem, and that one is free. Is free. Yeah,
Pomeli. Okay. Thank you so much, Kenny. Thank you.
yeah. It's an AI marketing tool.
Okay. So you were throwing more. You were talking about it. Like it pulls out your brain, it masters your colors, like it registers everything about you. Can you just continue? Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's okay. Yeah.